Attorney Simon Lakovich. Sarah Cook of CBS News. Andy Harnick from Getty Images. Mark Lima of CBS News. Jackie Heinrich of Fox News. From Bloomberg, Justin Sink. The White House Press Secretary, Caroline Leavitt. From ABC News, Karen Travers. Trevor Honeycutt from Reuters. Courtney Subramanian from Bloomberg News. From Time Magazine, Brian Bennett. And join us in welcoming the president of the White House Correspondents Association from CBS News, Weijia Zhang. The headliner for this evening, Mentalist Oz Pearlman. And now please welcome the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and First Lady Melania Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the nation's colors presented by the Joint Armed Forces Color Guard, and please remain standing for our national anthem performed by the U.S. Marine Band.
stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. For the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the president of the White House Correspondents Association from CBS News, Weijia Zhang.
Welcome. Welcome to the 2026 White House Correspondents Dinner. Thank you to the President's own Marine Corps Band, led by Drum Major Master Gunnery Sergeant Stephen Williams and vocalist Master Gunnery Sergeant Kevin Benier. Good evening to everyone. President Trump, Madam First Lady, on behalf of the White House Correspondents Association, thank you for being here. It is meaningful that you're with us tonight. And White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, thank you for everything you and your team does to work with us every day, whether you like it or not. I'm biased, but covering the White House is the best assignment in all of journalism. We have the privilege of covering the biggest story in the world every single day. The speed is exhilarating, demanding, and it offers a critical public service. Strong journalism benefits the entire country. Tonight, we will celebrate the exceptional work you have done and toast a group of promising students who want to follow your lead. Of course, at the heart of both of those things is the importance of the First Amendment. I want to take a moment to recognize some important people who helped me tackle this job and who helped make this night possible. First, to the members of the White House Correspondents Association, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to lead. It is an honor and a privilege. Thank you to my advisor in this role, Kelly O'Donnell of NBC News, and to the other past WHCA presidents who have helped me navigate challenges. To my CBS News bosses, Tom Sobrowski, Barry Weiss, Mark Lima, thank you. Thank you for your leadership and support. To the relentless CBS News team, especially the White House unit, I am grateful to call you not just colleagues, but friends. And thanks to the mentors and other friends who have kept me balanced this year and always. And of course, to my family. In a world full of chaos, you are my calm, and I love you. We have a big night ahead, and we're gonna get started now. So enjoy your dinner, and we'll be back. Thank you.
Check, check.
Yeah, I heard something in the back. Yeah. Can I step in?
Tell Richard it's you.
Exactly what those loud noises were, but clearly nobody was taking any chances. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez is at the dinner tonight, and he joins us now on the phone with the very latest of what's going on. Gabe, what can you tell us?
Jessica, it's a very confusing situation right here on the ballroom floor, which is where we are. We were sitting at a table close to several high-ranking officials. As you mentioned, they were evacuated. Just to my left was Secretary Mark Rubio. He was evacuated.
Please stand by. We'll have an announcement in just a minute.
And now,
We will be
as you might
short.
be able to hear, there was an announcement that this dinner will be resuming shortly. Some positive news. It is unclear exactly what happened, Jessica. There was a lot of confusion. We were in the middle of the salad portion of the evening. The president of the White House Correspondents Association had just given brief remarks. We had just heard the national anthem played. The president and the first lady had come into the room, and we were awaiting his remarks as the evening went on. It was very calm, energetic room. Thousands of journalists as well as government officials here. And as you mentioned, this is the first time that the president, President Trump, has attended this dinner. Now, what happened? All of a sudden, Secret Service came into the room, evacuated the president, evacuated several high-ranking officials. It is unclear exactly what happened. We have spoken to a witness who says that this person heard what appeared to be gunshots in the room above the ballroom. Again, heard what appeared to be gunshots in the room above the ballroom. Unclear exactly who fired those shots. Unclear if they were in fact gunshots. It's just a witness said what appeared to sound like a gunshot. Again, we have no indication that any officials were hurt, but at this point, the Secret Service evacuated the president. And again, it is still a very confusing scene here on the ballroom. We just heard a few moments ago that this dinner will resume. Unclear in what fashion that will be. We're expecting some sort of an announcement from the White House Correspondents Association at this point. And Jessica, I can't underscore just how dramatic of a shift this has been just in the last few minutes. There was a lot of gratitude from the White House Correspondents Association that the president had chosen to attend this dinner, which celebrates the First Amendment. The president was sitting here, again, through the solid course of this meal, when all of a sudden, with no announcement, he was evacuated along with several high-ranking officials. We're trying to determine exactly what happened and what caused that evacuation. But that, again, that's all we know at this point as we try to sort this all out. And as we try to find out, the president, as we understand it, may be heading back to the White House, but we actually don't know for certain. We're trying to sort that all out. Jessica.
Right, Gabe. Our last information was he was headed back to the White House. Unclear if he did make it to the White House or whether he will be returning to the dinner, since you say that you were just told that it is continuing. Stand by one second for us, Gabe. We're going to try to listen in here.
I know everyone's going to want as many details as possible, and right now we don't have that, but I can tell you that our program is going to resume momentarily. We will have more details to share also momentarily, but for now, please just be patient as we figure out just how much time it will be, but it shouldn't be that much longer. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Gabe, this is just such an extraordinary moment where you have all of the nation's top press gathered in one place for such an event to have happened. You said that witnesses described the sound as seeming to be gunshots coming from the room above the ballroom. Did you hear those sounds as well?
No, I did not. It was a very calm. It was the dinner was proceeding as usual. Again, it was during the salad course. People were having conversation. Rija Jang, who you just heard from, CBS News, the president of the White House Correspondents Association, had just given brief remarks. And the room seemed to be looking forward to hearing from the president. Several high-ranking officials, including the vice president, and other cabinet level officials were in the room. The press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, also was introduced, along, of course, with the president and the first lady. And there was a sense that this was a rare instance where journalists and this administration, which is known, of course, to be very combative with the press at times, in this particular case, did come to this dinner, and the president was set to make remarks. It was highly anticipated what he would say, how long his remarks would go, what sort of tone he would establish when speaking with the press. But he did receive a round of applause when he was introduced. And certainly there was a sense among many members of the press that they wanted to hear what he had to say. And then there was this sense of surprise, shock that this situation unfolded. I heard several cries of "not tonight," that this event, which is meant to celebrate the First Amendment and honor journalism, was impacted in this way. And that the president, again, who we were expecting to hear from, was evacuated before those remarks were ever made. Again, Secret Service came in here. Again, I was sitting within earshot of Secretary Doug Burgum, who was sitting at our table. Several agents came and told him to get down. Everyone got down immediately on the floor. But it was when you asked if we had heard gunshots or something that anything sounded like gunshots, we did not from this ballroom. It was a very typical dinner, and all of a sudden it was broken by the sound of Secret Service bursting into the room. And when I looked up, the president had already been evacuated. So that's how it all unfolded in a matter of seconds, Jessica.
So what are others there saying? You said you looked up and the president had already been evacuated. What are those who are there saying about how he appeared? Did he appear anxious? Did he appear panicked? Did he appear calm? And how far away were you sitting from the president and the others who would have been evacuated, Gabe?
Well, I'm currently here in the ballroom still at my seat. I'm no more than about 30 yards from the president, or would have been about 30 yards from the president. My back was turned to him, so I did not see his initial reaction. I was sitting, again, close to Secretary Rubio. Some of the agents came and whisked him away. Secretary Burgum and his wife, who was also in attendance, were held on the ground, where several Secret Service agents were, keeping, making sure that he was okay. Again, it was very chaotic in those first several minutes. People looking around the ballroom trying to figure out exactly what was going on. Another thing that I should mention is that the cell phone service here in this ballroom, with so many people gathered, again, thousands of people in this tight ballroom in the Washington Hilton, the cell phone service is non-existent. So in terms of either people text messaging or receiving emails, the communication is very difficult. So there was a sense of what is going on and what is happening, us trying to text sources to see what exactly is going on. A lot of confusion there, and that is still the case. You just heard from Lee Zhejiang. He said that this program will continue. Right now, there are many journalists, in fact, that have left the ballroom. Others are on their phones if they're able to get calls out to be able to speak, with their organizations. And it is just a very surreal scene here on the ballroom floor, Jessica, when the night just turned right away. Again, we do not know the details of the incident that led to this, whether there were potentially any shots or shot that was fired in an adjacent room, but it was whatever happened, it was enough to concern Secret Service to take very dramatic action and pull the president right away and those other high-ranking officials. There was no hesitation. The agents came in and did what they needed to do to make sure the president was protected.
Gabe, given the number of high-ranking officials and, of course, well-known press and obviously the president being there tonight, give me a sense of the sort of security that you all encountered and what you were seeing security-wise in the ballroom as this happened.
Well, certainly. A lot of people were commenting heading into this dinner tonight. There was increased security. There were protesters outside, as there typically is during the White House Correspondents Association dinner. However, this year more so. This, as you said, this is the first year the president has attended. There are protesters outside that are heavily critical of his administration, heavily critical of the press as well, for inviting the president to this event. And so certainly that was very noticeable. It's a very rainy day here in Washington, rainy night. And so vehicular traffic was stopped several blocks outside of the Washington Hilton. And then the attendees walked several blocks and went through metal detectors inside the Washington Hilton. Security was tighter than I've seen in previous years, whether either the president did not attend. During the previous administration, though, whenever the president attends this dinner, there is a heightened security presence. And so we noticed that certainly here. There seemed to be a lot of attention, certainly, as President Trump, the mere fact that he was attending was a very newsworthy event. Right. And then not just the president, but many high-ranking officials as well were here. So certainly security was very tight. But once the dinner got underway, again, it was highly anticipated that we would hear from the president. That was the sense in the room, the sense of perhaps a rare moment of the journalists and the administration coming together and at least sitting together at a banquet, celebrating the First Amendment. That is the purpose of this dinner, the purpose of the White House Correspondents Association. And we were wanting to hear what the president would say during his remarks, and that was suddenly interrupted. But security was very tight, to answer your question, Jessica.
And as you say, despite the very oftentimes contentious relationship between the president and the press, there was a sense of excitement, perhaps, and more anticipation of the tone he would strike tonight and what he might say, as this is supposed to be the night of the year that press and the White House can sort of come together and hopefully put differences aside and have a nice evening to underscore the fact that it was a big deal that he was attending as president tonight. He has previously attended the White House Correspondents Dinner twice, back in 2011 and 2015, as you know, but never as president. So this was anticipated to be a very big moment. If you're just joining us now, it is 9:07 here on the East Coast. President Trump and other high-ranking officials have been evacuated from the Washington Hilton just ahead of where President Trump was set to speak at the White House Correspondents Dinner. Our Gabe Gutierrez is reporting that people in that ballroom reported hearing loud noises, which they thought might be gunshots. The dinner has been paused at the moment. We are told that it will be resuming. Gabe, a little while ago, we saw some activity at the podium. The podium is empty at the moment, but as we widen out our shot, we can see that the ballroom is still quite full. There are lots of people with their cell phones out, trying to talk, make calls, texting people, and other reporters getting ready for live shots. What can you tell us about the atmosphere now compared to when the president was evacuated?
Well, certainly, it is still a very confused scene. This is, it's now been several minutes, and people are trying to get a handle for just what happened. In the immediate aftermath, as it was happening, there just was a sense of disbelief that this was occurring at an event that had been so highly anticipated, but that this is not what anyone wanted to see, of course. And this is something that I was sitting next to members of the White House Correspondents Association, former leaders of the White House Correspondents Association, who were very, almost, angry that this could happen at a night that this would be the furthest thing that anyone would want to see happening. Any sort of threat against the president or any government official in this scenario. They had been invited to speak, and they had agreed to do so, and they were welcomed by the ballroom when they were introduced. Right now, I can tell you there's just again a sense of what exactly is going on. We do not have any concrete information on the incident that occurred. We are trying to gather more information. And yeah, to clarify what I had reported earlier, we had spoken to a witness that had heard what sounded like gunshots in an adjacent room, perhaps above the ballroom. Again, but that is not confirmed that they were in fact gunshots, or if they were, who may have fired said shot. So all I can say is that there is an extremely high security presence here, even still. Now that these cabinet officials have been evacuated, and people are just trying to sort out what exactly led to this, and we do not have any indication how in fact this program will proceed. Again, the president of the Correspondents Association, Liu Zhang, said that it will, but we do not have a timeline for that. We don't know in what form it will take. There's just a lot of unanswered questions at this point as sort of the dust settles here. But that's what I can tell you from the ballroom here, Jessica. We wish we could have more information. Again, communication is difficult. Calls, you can get calls here, but can't text it. But I'll send it back to you, Jessica.
Gabe, I'll have you stand by as we are about to join the network for a special report. Stand by. Good evening. I'm Jessica Layton in New York, and we are coming on the air with some breaking news from Washington, D.C. and the White House Correspondents' Dinner, where President Trump and other high-ranking White House officials have been evacuated from the Washington Hilton after loud noises were heard in the lobby or close to the ballroom. This is happening right now. This is video taken from the White House Correspondents Dinner just a short time ago, where witnesses described hearing what sounded like gunshots coming from a room near the ballroom where the president was supposed to speak at the White House Correspondents' Dinner tonight. He and other high-ranking officials swiftly evacuated. Secret Service has been sweeping the room and the hotel since this happened. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez is at that dinner. He is live on the phone for us to tell us exactly what has happened and what's going on. Gabe, what can you tell us?
Jessica, it's a scene of utter confusion here on the ballroom here at the Washington Hilton. Just a few minutes ago, President Trump and several high-ranking officials, cabinet members, as you mentioned, were suddenly evacuated by Secret Service as this Correspondents Association dinner was just starting to get underway. The president had been introduced, a Star-Spangled Banner had played. There were brief remarks by the president of the White House Correspondents Association welcoming the president, welcoming Trump administration officials, and also the thousands of journalists in the room. And then we had settled down for dinner, the salad course, as we awaited the president's remarks. All of a sudden, Secret Service agents burst into the room, the different portions of the room, gathering around the cabinet-level officials. The president was evacuated, along with the vice president, the first lady, of course, as well, and other officials from the Trump administration. It's unclear exactly what led to that evacuation. We have spoken with one witness who said that they heard what they believe sounded like at least one or two gunshots from an adjacent room to the ballroom, possibly above the ballroom. It's not, we don't have confirmed that there were in fact gunshots, but that is what, according to one witness, heard very distinctly what they said appeared to sound like gunshots. Others have described it as vibrations. I can tell you from my vantage point, I was sitting at the same table with Secretary Burgum, Doug Burgum. He was approached very quickly by Secret Service agents, told to get on the ground. Other journalists in the vicinity, as well as myself, also got on the ground. And I did not hear any gunshots or anything that sounded like them. It was just an incredibly sudden interruption to the evening. This is, of course, a very significant night here in Washington. The first time that President Trump, as president, has attended this dinner. There was a lot of high anticipation to what he would say. But again, this evening interrupted very, very suddenly, and we're just now trying to sort out what happened and whether this dinner will continue now that the president has been evacuated, Jessica.
Gabe, thank you. Please stand by. We want to mention we understand the president at one point was on his way back to the White House after those panicky moments. It's unclear whether he made it back yet or if he plans to return. As we were told, the dinner would be resuming tonight. Let's go to NBC's Garrett Hake, who is outside the Washington Hilton for us right now. Garrett, what are you seeing and what are you hearing?
Well, I can tell you there's enormous confusion right now about exactly what's taking place inside the ballroom and in the blocks around it here in Northwest Washington, D.C. I'm at the intersection of 19th and Florida Avenue, about a block and a half now south of the hotel. This is the perimeter to which the police and Secret Service have pushed everyone back. We came outside immediately when the ballroom was beginning to be evacuated. I think at this point, it's clear that the president has been evacuated from the ballroom, but not necessarily from the property at large. The Beast limousine, or at least one of them, we still spotted outside as we were coming out. There is still a significant both police and Secret Service presence here outside the Washington Hilton Hotel, with anyone who essentially got up out of the ballroom asked to keep moving and get outside. This is a highly secured event. When the president attends, you have a massive Secret Service presence here. The Metropolitan Police Department, that's Washington's local police department, is here, as are a host of other federal agencies who participate in securing events at which the president and vice president both participate, which are few and far between. We saw them in force when those reports of gunshots first came out. I could hear some noise loudly from, it sounded like the room above us, which would make sense with the reporting of some kind of disturbance in the lobby. And then we saw the tactical unit. That's not the men and women in suits, but the folks in SWAT-like body armor and heavy weaponry coming into the room, very quickly covering the president and first lady, then subsequently checking on, covering, and removing the other Secret Service and Capitol Police protectees who are in the room, the Speaker of the House, much of the congressional leadership. It is extraordinarily rare outside of a State of the Union to have this many of the country's top officials under one roof. As Gabe pointed out, it's the first time in his years as president that President Trump has attended. Both he and the vice president quickly, again, escorted from the room. There is no indication of any harm that has come to them, or I should hasten to add, anyone else who is attending this event. Again, no indication at this moment of anyone at the event or at the hotel who was injured in whatever this event was. And so out here, we've got a lot of journalists, a lot of people who live in the neighborhood, a lot of folks who are trying to figure out exactly what's going on here. The White House Correspondents Association says this event will continue. I can tell you.
Back into the ballroom. Garrett, I have to cut you off. I'm so sorry. We are glad that you and our other correspondents are okay. Let's head over now to NBC News Now. We will conclude this special report here on NBC Network right now. We will have a full wrap-up tomorrow on Sunday Today with Willie Geist. I'm Jessica Layton. Thanks for watching. Now over to NBC News Now. And we are continuing our coverage of breaking news from Washington, D.C., where the president and other high-ranking White House officials have been evacuated from the Washington Hilton and the White House Correspondents Dinner within the last hour after a loud noise, some witnesses describing it as sounding like gunshots were heard somewhere in the hotel. NBC's Tom Yamas is joining me now on the phone. Tom, what's the latest? What can you tell us?
Hey, Jessica. Yeah, right now there's still a lot of confusion inside the room. There has been some word that the event will continue. It's unclear how that happens. It's unclear if anybody from the cabinet and or the president himself comes back. When this all happened, I happened to be sitting next to Secretary of State Marco Rubio and our Energy Secretary, Secretary Wright. What we noticed was just a lot of commotion, as I'm sure you've probably heard, and just a small platoon of Secret Service agents, law enforcement, all armed, rushing down the middle of the ballroom towards the dais where the president was. At this point, we all sort of jumped under the table, including the Secretary of State, but he was really concerned about his wife, who was across from him at our table, and also looking eyes at the president as well, because it was unclear what was happening. From where we were very close to the president. We could not hear the gunshots. At least nobody at our table that I've spoken to heard the gunshots. But it was after the Secret Service took control of the situation, they sort of went table by table, crashing some tables at times and knocking over chairs. It was very loud to get to each cabinet member. And the first one I saw that they were able to get out was RFK Jr. along with his wife. And then they picked up Secretary of State Marco Rubio. We've just gotten a Truth Social post now from the president I want to read. He says, "Quite an evening in D.C. Secret Service and law enforcement did a fantastic job. They acted quickly and bravely. The shooter has been apprehended, and I have recommended that we, quote, let the show go on, but will entirely be guided by law enforcement. They will make a decision shortly. Regardless of that decision, the evening will be much different than planned, and we'll just plain have to do it again." President Donald Trump. So still unclear what's going to happen. As I was mentioning, the Secret Service taking each cabinet member, going table to table, just kind of like sort of marching through people. At one point, the agent that was next to me didn't have shoes on because he was trying to get to Secretary of State Marco Rubio to get him out of there and get his wife out as well, because every cabinet member was here, most of them with their spouses as well. So it was sort of double the number of people they had to round up to get out of here safely. And then there was a lot of confusion. People were just under the table. Some people were shooting video. Obviously, it's a room full of journalists trying to capture the situation, but it was very chaotic and very unclear what was happening until things calm down a little bit. And there's still a lot of uncertainty right now. The doors have opened and people are sort of filing out, but no one's really sure what's going to happen next.
So witnesses told our correspondents that it did sound like gunshots. And as you say, Tom, the president has indeed confirmed that there was a shooter at the hotel. And he has also said on Truth Social that that person has been apprehended. Tom, you mentioned that you were close to the president as this was going on. Can you give us a sense of, was he panicked? Was he calm? I'm sure the situation was very chaotic, but What was his demeanor?
Yeah.
As
He
you saw?
I mean, look, he's been through this situation a few times, unfortunately. So he's sort of, and it's never the same twice. But it looked at some point like they had got him down, or he had gotten down. I'm not sure if they had taken him and like sort of pushed him back. But when I looked up, he was sort of at the back of the stage. He was no longer seated in his seat. He was he had somehow gotten, either they had pushed him back, or he had when he went down, he crawled back. But again, I'm not sure what happened. I just saw them lifting him up from the back of the stage, protecting him. He was looking out to the audience, just I guess to see what was happening, because we could not hear inside what was happening. Some people at the back of the ballroom said they heard things that sounded like gunshots. That's still unclear. But, something serious happened, because the amount of Secret Service and law enforcement that we saw rush into here, and when I tell you they were rushing towards the president, nothing was going to get in their way. Regardless of tables, regardless of people, they were rushing to go protect the president. It was pretty impressive to watch, and obviously very, very frightening for the people inside the room, because we did not know what was going on. 1 minute, somebody was giving a speech on stage. The next, the doors are flying open, and scores of law enforcement and Secret Service are rushing the stage, and literally secretaries of state, cabinet secretaries are being picked up and plucked out along with their wives and just taken out, and nobody really knows what's going on. So that was kind of the situation. But again, now things are much more calm. It looks like police have control of the situation. We're trying to figure out what happens next. Again, the president's saying they want the show to go on, but I'll be honest with you, a lot of people here are obviously shaken up, and I'm sure a lot of the cabinet secretaries and their spouses and or their partners, they've just been through a lot right now. So we'll see what happens. It is America, and they've unfortunately been through this a lot over the last 2 years. We've seen this a lot in our country now, but again, the country is at war. There are constant threats of terror, and there are constant threats on the president's life and on cabinet secretary's life. Just getting to our table, and we were inside. We'd already gone through sort of the metal detectors, but just coming to our table, the secretaries, as you can imagine, were escorted by Secret Service and by bodyguards, because they wanted to make sure, even before the event started, things were safe. And, there's a lot of people that are trying to get pictures, they're trying to get selfies, trying to shake hands. So, it was very busy. There's a lot of people in here. They pack in hundreds of people here. I'm not sure how many people there are, but there's probably more than 500. And it's packed, and there's not a lot of room to move. So that the Secret Service agents were able to get through the way they did at the speed they were was impressive.
In fact, Gabe Gutierrez and I talked about the extraordinary security that it takes to keep an event like this safe, where you not only have the nation's most prestigious press, but of course the president and the top-ranking White House officials and dignitaries that are the highest on the list in our nation. We do have a Truth Social statement that Tom referenced that we want to read for you now. This is President Trump on his Truth Social just a little while ago, saying, "Quite an evening in D.C. Secret Service and law enforcement did a fantastic job. They acted quickly and bravely. The shooter has been apprehended, and I have recommended that we let the show go on, but will entirely be guided by law enforcement. They will make a decision shortly. Regardless of that decision, the evening will be much different than planned, and we'll just plain have to do it again." President Donald J. Trump. Tom, it was supposed to be an interesting evening, to say the least, because this was the first time that President Trump was going to be attending the White House Correspondents Dinner as a president. He attended in 2011 and 2015, but never as the commander-in-chief. And we all know that the relationship between the press and the president has been quite contentious at times. But there was a lot being made of what sort of tone he might strike tonight. I am wondering if you personally feel safe staying at the dinner, and what those around you are saying. If it does go on, will people stay, or will they bail out of safety concerns?
Dinner service. They're saying that the event, there was an announcement, Jessica, as you were just speaking to me. They just announced that the show is back on. The dinner service is going to begin. I do feel safe. I have full faith in the Secret Service. There is a lot of law enforcement here, a lot of law enforcement. There's law enforcement that we can see, and I'm sure there's law enforcement and Secret Service we don't see. So I feel completely safe right now, and I don't think they would let this go on if things weren't completely protected. So for now, it sounds like it's going to go on. Some people have left. It's unclear if everyone's going to stay. I don't think they were, because like I said, it was a lot of people were shaken up, and rightly so. It was a very unusual and chaotic situation.
And when you see, Secret Service run in, guns drawn, their fingers on the trigger, it definitely is a sobering moment. So as of right now, it looks like the show is going to go on. It's unclear if the president will come back. He says he wants to. It's, in these kind of situations, the Secret Service will make a threat assessment, and they'll talk to the president. They'll let him know. He honestly, he can make the call if he wants. Sometimes the Secret Service will make the decision for him, but in this case, it's still unclear if he's coming back. They want the show to go on. The White House Correspondents Association, it's not just a dinner with the press and the president. It's scholarships are given out, awards are given out. People get together and they're catching up and they're sharing stories and talking about what's happening in politics and the White House. So, people want to stay in it, and it looks like people are sitting back down.
It certainly looks much calmer in that room right now than it did just a few moments ago. Tom, please stand by for us. We want to go back to Garrett Haake, who I believe is still outside the Hilton in Washington, where we will rejoin him. Garrett, what can you tell us?
Here, which is as close as we can get back into the ballroom. Anyone who got upstairs where it appears this incident occurred was evacuated out the main doors of the hotel, down the block, about a block and a half. We're being kept here by Metropolitan Police Department, who have secured the entire perimeter around the Washington Hilton Hotel. The president, of course, as Tom laid out, is still inside. We're getting reports from the press pool who travels with the president that they never left. They were essentially kept in a hold room. This hotel, which hosts this and other high-profile events like this, is something that the Secret Service, the MPD, and the other law enforcement agencies that protect the president and some of these detailees, like the Capitol Police Department, know well and know how to secure. Police are trying to keep folks on the sidewalk here. We're in a situation now where you can probably hear the helicopters overhead right now. To Tom's point, it's the desire of the president, as he made clear in that Truth Social post, that the show go on. It's the desire of the White House Correspondents Association that the show go on. But it'll ultimately be the Secret Service and the MPD that make that call to see if it's safe enough to do so. Getting a little bit more information here. Is that anything I can report? No? Okay. So right now we're basically operating off the same information here. We've got folks who are outside, who were pressed out by the MPD and by the Secret Service here, trying to keep the perimeter safe as the decision is made whether or not this event can go on, Jessica.
Garrett, thank you so much. Let's now go to NBC's Tom Winter, who joins us live on the phone. Tom, what do you have?
The United States Secret Service is now saying on the record that there has been a confirmed shooting incident at the White House Correspondents' Dinner near the main magnetometer. That's the area where people would have gone through to have their bags checked, to go through metal detectors, that there was a shooting incident there, and a person is in custody. The condition of that person is not immediately known. The president, the first lady, all Secret Service protectees, so there'd be members of the cabinet, select members of Congress, they are all okay, according to the Secret Service. The information on who this person is, their background, their motivations, what led up to that shooting incident, that's all under investigation at this hour. But again, United States Secret Service spokesperson Anthony Guglielmi confirming on the record that there has been a shooting incident at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. A person is in custody. The condition of that person is not known, and that the president, first lady, and all protectees are now safe.
Tom, what do we know about any injuries that resulted from the shots being fired? And do we know if the president was ultimately a target at this dinner?
We know nothing about what this person wanted to, at least the information that we're getting. We don't have any sort of sense, at least at this hour. We will presumably at some point have a sense of this as to who this person was targeting, what they were doing there, what they said, if they said anything. That's all part of the investigation. But it appears that the incident was near the security area and that law enforcement may have engaged this person with gunfire. But it's all preliminary. Some of the information I've shared is subject to change. The only thing we do know is that a person is in custody. There was a shooting incident. Again, what this person was trying to do, how this all happened, the timeline of it, we just don't know.
Tom, can you give us a sense of what security is like there now? We have been watching video of the moment this happened where you see the president and his other White House top cabinet officials at the head table. It happens very, very quickly where Secret Service swoops in, guns are drawn, he is brought down sort of to the floor, and then they are rushed out. It seems like everything is going on as business as usual. They were having their salads, and then this all happens. Obviously, a security sweep of that room has been done at this point. What is security like outside and inside at this moment?
Well, you know, what they do and what you saw was exactly how it should have gone down. Once there was an indication of a possible shots fired, you saw a Secret Service agent immediately stand up in front of the president. There were other agents that came into the room. The Secret Service's more heavy weapons teams immediately came in. You've seen that on the video. And they would have been there to, if anybody was going to try to do something in the ballroom, they would have been there to take that out as the president was being escorted out. So that's all protocol. This is a event because of the president's attendance, because of the amount of the members of the cabinet, and then just given the overall threat environment. We've seen 2 attempts against Trump's life when he was a candidate last time. We've seen, obviously, a number of threats to not just to the president, not just to members of this administration, but certainly to reporters and journalists as well. And so there would have been a heavy layer of security for people to get past, to get into the event, to where this event was happening in the Hilton. And it appears that is always a focal point, by the way, for security, because if somebody's going to try to get through, that's the first time you're going to try to have an interaction with that person. It's clear that since this happened near the magnetometers, that, you know, that's where there was they at least were able to detect or get a sense that this person shouldn't have been there. Maybe have even seen a gun. We're still trying to figure out if this person was armed, what that might have been, what might have been going on there. And so that would have been an opportunity for law enforcement to engage with that person.
And this is exactly why we have so much security, so much law enforcement at events like this. You cannot overstate the importance of the safety when you have high-ranking officials, the nation's top press. Tom Winter, stand by. Thanks so much. In the meantime, we want to go to NBC's Ryan Nobles. Ryan, you were at the dinner. We understand you are back in the Bureau right now. What can you tell us? What are you hearing from your sources?
Well, Jessica, first let me give you a sense of what it was like in the room. I was sitting about 20 feet back from the dais. I was sitting next to the Majority Whip, Tom Emmer, who is the third-ranking member of the House of Representatives. So he had a security detail that was very close to him throughout the entire night. When we heard a series of what can only be described as 3 bangs, honestly, when the bangs first occurred, it sounded as if a table had dropped, if a waitstaff had dropped the contents of the dinners that they were bringing to our tables. It honestly did not register as anything that important. But then immediately after those 3 bangs went off, there was a series of Secret Service agents and law enforcement personnel that came storming into the ballroom of the Hilton. And then there were screams for people to get down. Everyone immediately ducked their heads under their tables. Some people were hiding under their tables at that point. I had unique insight being next to Majority Whip Emmer because his security detail immediately rushed over to where he was. I could hear them talking on the radios. They immediately had said at that point that there were shots fired, but they did not know where those shots were from. You could see all the different security details that were staffing all these high-level cabinet officials, members of Congress, people connected to the administration that were all being ushered out of the room in one way or another. It was incredibly chaotic at the beginning. At one point, Jessica, you could see Secret Service agents literally leaping over tables to get as close as they could to the dais to make sure that the president and the people around him were safe. The president was immediately ushered off the stage, as we've seen video that reflects that. In the case of where I was, Majority Whip Emmer is actually dealing with an infection on his foot. He was actually kind of guided out of the room with his security detail that actually had to help him as he limped out of the room, but he was then brought to safety. You have to keep in mind how many important people were in that room tonight. I saw, for instance, the Majority Leader, Steve Scalise, the House Speaker, Mike Johnson. You saw a number of cabinet secretaries that were in the room. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, the Vice President J.D. Vance. So this was as high level a security event as you could possibly get. And so the volume of security personnel that were in that room and reacting in real time was remarkable. And the other thing I should also point out was that there were multiple layers of security to get to the point where you would be in that ballroom. First of all, you had to show your ticket. As soon as you walked up to the front of the Washington Hilton, there was several layers of security barricades. There were a number of protesters as we were walking in. You had to show your ticket at every stage of that process before they physically let you into the building. And then when you were inside the actual building, before you got even close to the ballroom, you had to go through a metal detector, which was being staffed by Secret Service and TSA officials. This wasn't a private security firm that was running the security at this event. So, you know, I've been to, I think, 6 or 7 of these different White House Correspondents' Dinners, varying levels of security. Obviously, this is not something that President Trump has ever been to before. So the fact that he was here tonight, he's been the subject of an assassination attempt before, multiple assassination attempts. The security was as high a level as we have ever seen. And from what we understand from Tom's reporting and from other people that actually witnessed the actual shooting, it never got to the point where the president's life was in danger, anybody in that room's life was in danger. But it was incredibly chaotic throughout that period of time. There was an information gap. No one really understood where the shots were coming from. It took a very significant amount of time, maybe 10 minutes at least, before you felt comfortable that the threat was over, in part because there were still so many security staff that were rushing into the scene, getting to the principals that they were responsible for, making sure that they were out of the room. And then there was also kind of a chaotic misunderstanding as to whether or not they wanted everybody to stay in the room or whether or not they wanted everyone to evacuate. And even that wasn't 100% clear. So I immediately left the room, decided to make my way here to make sure that we had somebody here that could report on it from this perspective. Most of my colleagues still remain in the room right now. And from what we're hearing inside the room is that they are intending to move forward. We saw the president post on his social media platform that he's waiting to see how law enforcement feel about this before they move to the next stage of continuing on with the program. I mean, there were a lot of frayed nerves in that room. I don't know what the mood is of the folks there to go forward. Obviously, the Correspondents Association would like to continue. We saw Weijia Zhang, who's the president of the Correspondents Association, come forward and say that they want to continue the dinner. But it was certainly a chaotic and uncomfortable situation for a significant period of time. And we are still waiting to see what the next stage of this all will be, Jessica.
We have just gotten word that the president will be making a statement in the briefing room. We don't have timing on that, but let's listen into Weijia Zhang right now.
And law enforcement has requested that we leave the premises consistent with protocol. And he wanted to emphasize that nobody was hurt. He and the First Lady, the cabinet, everybody's safe. The president will be having a press briefing at the White House in 30 minutes. That is not a joke. And he insists that we will reschedule this event in the next 30 days. And that he wanted to do it tonight. He wanted to continue despite the news, but has to follow security protocol. I said earlier tonight that journalism is a public service because when there is an emergency, we run to the crisis, not away from it. And on a night when we are thinking about the freedoms in the First Amendment, we must also think about how fragile they are. I saw all of you reporting, and that's what we do. So, thank God everybody is safe. And thank you for coming together tonight. We will do this again. Thank you.
That is Weijia Jiang of CBS News, the president of the White House Correspondents Association, saying that the dinner will be postponed. According to President Trump, who just put out a Truth Social, another post saying law enforcement has requested that we leave the premises consistent with protocol, which we will do immediately. I will be giving a press conference in 30 minutes from the White House press briefing room. The First Lady, plus the Vice President and all cabinet members are in perfect condition. We will be speaking to you in a half an hour. I have spoken with all the representatives in charge of the event, and we will be rescheduling within 30 days. So this event has been postponed after gunshots were fired at the location of the White House Correspondents' Dinner in Washington, D.C. tonight. Let's go back to Ryan Nobles, who is at our Washington bureau. Ryan, I'm wondering your reaction to this and what you make of this.
I'm not surprised at all, Jessica, given the level of security threat that occurred here. It's not ever protocol to just restart an event the size of this, with the number of important dignitaries in the room within such a short window of time after an event like this. And so it does not surprise me at all that law enforcement, Secret Service, all the different agencies that were involved in the decision-making process here thought that it was smart just to postpone the event, call it a night, regroup, try and figure out exactly what happened here, what security breakdowns there were to get to the point where someone could get as close as they were to the president and fire gunshots, and then revisit this dinner at some point down the road. I do think it's important to point out right now that what we still are not clear about is the motive of this individual. Mm-hmm. Exactly who are they targeting? What was the point that they were trying to make by bringing a gun into this setting? And that is something that is obviously going to be part of this investigation. We don't know how many people may have been involved, if this was a coordinated plot that could have been connected to several people. We are at the very early stages of this investigation. So I would imagine that there are law enforcement that they need to. This is essentially a crime scene, is the way you have to look at it. And when you're dealing with a crime scene, you don't then just go on and continue to throw a party. That's just not something that makes any sense. And so I would imagine that law enforcement wants to have a clear slate here to be able to look at exactly what happened here and then figure out what the next steps are. But I do have to say, just an incredible amount of confusion given what happened here tonight, given the level of security. Even in this era that we are living in, with kind of the toxic nature of our politics right now, the fact that the president himself has been a target of assassination attempts as well. In a million years, this was the last thing that I would have ever imagined having to encounter being in that room, especially given the level of security, given the fact that Secret Service and the law enforcement more broadly have a heightened awareness of the threats against the president, the threats against journalists, for that matter, and the threats against other politicians. So this is certainly going to lead to a full-scale review of events like these. And, the president is saying that he wants to do this within 30 days. Aside from just the logistics that are associated with this is a massive dinner that requires more than a year of planning to get to this point. The idea that you could just bring it back together in 30 days, I think, is a bit ambitious. But that's only one stage of it, just the planning and logistics of it. When you're talking about the security and everything connected to it, I would be very surprised if the White House Correspondents Association, along with the administration, could pull that together in 30 days.
A signal, though, that he does want to be there and he does want this to go on, which I think is significant, especially given that this was to be the first remarks he would make at this dinner as the president. We know he's attended in 2011 and 2015, but never as a sitting president. And I think that's a big deal, especially considering the contentious nature that we have seen between the press and the president at times. We know that he will be speaking probably in about 20 minutes at this point. Brian, I want to go back to what you were saying about all those layers of security. The Secret Service says that the shooter was apprehended near the magnetometer of the White House Correspondents Dinner. Where was that magnetometer in terms of the layers of security and sort of the layers of screening that you had to go through? Because I know that there was a lot, both outside and inside. So where along that process was he or she apprehended?
Yeah, that's a great question, Jessica. So the way it works at the Washington Hilton is there's a big roundabout in the front of the hotel. And of course, this Hilton is infamous, I guess you could say, because this is the same Hilton where President Reagan, there was an attempted assassination attempt on President Reagan. And this Hilton, there are two separate entrances in which people come in for the White House Correspondents Dinner. There's the entrance that's at the front of the building, and then there's a side entrance, which often VIPs are brought in through the side entrance. They will allow them to bring their cars right up to there. That's where the red carpet takes place. That's one point of egress, but then there's another point of egress at the top of the building. And so in order to get physically into the hotel, and you have to keep in mind that this is still a fully functioning hotel, there are people that are staying there, visitors to Washington, D.C., who just happen to have hotel rooms in the Washington Hilton on this particular night. But in order to get past that point, that roundabout, basically the driveway to the Washington Hilton, you had to show some form of credential. So that was either the ticket. In fact, I probably have my ticket here with me. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah. So you have to have your ticket. So this physical ticket, you had to have this ticket. Mm-hmm. You had to show that to people before you walked through there. And they checked every single person that walked by. They had bike racks kind of lined up along that roundabout before you walked in. You had to show them that. But there were no mags there. Then you walk into the Hilton itself, and there was no sort of security screening when you walk into the Hilton. From there, it's kind of a wide open situation. There are a number of different organizations that have pre-parties at different ballrooms and different spots around the Hilton. The ballroom itself is downstairs, so you have to go down a set of escalators or stairs to get to essentially the basement level of the Hilton. And that's where the main red carpet is as well, which, there was a parade of people coming through in front of the red carpet, getting their pictures taken. And then when you come around to get in the Hilton, into the ballroom itself, it's not until you get to the ballroom itself where you actually go through any sort of metal detector or mag. And so that is on the same level as the ballroom. And so once you get past through that magnetometer, there's another little reception area, and then there's another set of stairs that then get you into the ballroom itself. So, in terms of distance, if this individual, and I'm not exactly sure because there's a couple of different spots where you can get through those mags, but in terms of just pure distance, my guess is that if this person was apprehended at the mags, they were probably roughly maybe 100 to 200 yards away from the president. If you on a direct line, but there were several, they would have gone down a set of stairs, get through a set of doors before they physically got into the ballroom. So they weren't that close, but right. The idea that they could get a gun all the way through those layers that I talked to you about, that first layer by the roundabout where you had to show your ticket, the second layer where you had to get into the physical building, down the escalator, around, and then to the mags, that's a pretty significant amount of distance that they would have had to have gotten before they got to the mags, and there's no way they would have gotten it through the mags with with a gun. But they made it a significant distance, which is pretty remarkable given the security setup.
Right, and that's why I asked the question, because I'm trying to picture the layers of security that this person with a gun would have had to get to even before they got inside to the mags. So it sounds like he or she would have had to have a ticket to get even that far. Whether that ticket was checked or whether they had a ticket and shouldn't have, I guess, is something that we will learn in the coming days. Ryan, great reporting.
Jessica, the other thing that could happen is,
go ahead.
Obviously, we're just speculating here, but they could have been a guest at the hotel. That's a whole other possibility when you're going through the investigation. The other way to get into the hotel on a night like tonight would have been a key. You know, you've been able to show your key card to show that you were staying at the hotel, or you were already physically in the hotel at that time. And, you know, there's no security screening once you get into the hotel that would have prevented you from bringing a gun into the hotel. This is obviously just speculation, but
Sure.
we're just talking about the different ways that someone could have gotten around the security screening protocols to get to that point where they could get to the mags.
That is a great point, Ryan. Thank you for bringing that up. Stand by. We want to go live now to Julie Sirkin, who is outside the Washington Hilton, who was supposed to be also at that dinner tonight. Julie, glad you're okay. Glad all of our correspondents and everyone there is okay. What can you tell us?
I'm standing with my team here with Kyle Stewart, who is still in his tux as well. Everybody left the building, as Ryan was pointing out to you. Just to give folks perspective here, it's in my right corner. I'm standing across the street. They blocked off this entire perimeter. As I was walking here is when the president's motorcade actually left. So security tightened really in that moment. And that's how this whole night has felt. I mean, it's really been touch and go. You can imagine, as Ryan was saying, this is something they've been planning for so intensely. I was at the White House earlier today covering the president when he landed, when he came back from Florida, his movements here. We knew that security, which is normally very tight, would be even more so because it is the president's first time attending as president, because of the assassination attempts that he has faced. And certainly what had happened in that dinner was exactly as you guys have been talking about. But just to give you perspective of this hotel, there are 2 layers, there are 2 levels, as Ryan was talking to you about. There's an entrance on one side and an entrance basically around the building. There are hundreds and hundreds of hotel guests here staying all the time. There isn't just one ballroom for the White House Correspondents Dinner. There are smaller ballrooms around where there are several parties happening. It's chaotic. There are so many people, and normally it goes off without a hitch, which is why I think this was so surprising to people in the room. I was actually with Congressman Jamie Raskin. He was supposed to sit at our table as our guest at NBC News. We have guests from both parties, so do other networks and publications that come to this dinner that invite members of the administration, and so on and so forth. And Congressman Raskin told me that he was walking to our table. He hadn't even gotten there yet, just to show you how early on in this dinner program this was, when he said that 2 Secret Service agents jumped on him and tackled him. And I have to tell you, being in the room, being under the table, actually, because my colleague Jose Diaz-Balart, you might know him, shoved me in there essentially in that moment in a protective way. And we're so grateful that we were there with colleagues and fellow reporters and members of Congress, and everybody just really in that moment sort of stuck together. But it was confusing and it was chaotic. And when I walked out and I saw Congressman Raskin sitting there, he was with Kerry Kennedy, and he said that when the Secret Service jumped on him, he jumped on her and was nervous that she may have broken her rib. One thing that's still kind of raw around here, believe it or not, is January 6th. It was so long ago, but for Congressman Raskin, it feels like yesterday. He actually was so calm moving through that experience. I was kind of taken aback. He was our guest, so I wanted to make sure he was okay. You know, he's older, he's had some health conditions, and he was cool as a cucumber. And he told me it's because he remembers what happened on January 6th. And he brought up the fact that people have been talking online, you know, conspiracy theories floating around about the assassination attempts that we know happened to the president. So this is a very fraught environment. And I think, you know, covering the White House as well, in addition to Congress, it's clear the president wanted this to go on. Jamie Raskin actually said he was going to return inside because he told me the show must go on. So I think it's a resilience as well. But of course, the president realizing, as he said in his post with Secret Service, that that was just not a safe environment, especially as they're still trying to figure out and process this scene, what happened, all of the exits, all of the entrances, all of the hundreds of people who are staying here completely unrelated to this event. I think this will be a security posture that we're going to see for some time tonight, and I think the president obviously going to address that soon.
And Julie, we do want to remind our viewers that the president, probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes, will be making a statement from the White House briefing room. You can see the podium empty at the moment, but people, reporters, correspondents are gathered there to hear what he has to say after this extraordinary evening. Julie, can you tell us where you were sitting in that ballroom in relation to the president and in the relation to the stage and that head table, and how the president's demeanor appeared to you as this was all happening?
Yeah, I'm going to be completely forthcoming. Where I was sitting, I was facing the stage. I was a couple of tables from the stage, so you could see the president well. You could see the press secretary. You could see the head of the White House Correspondents Association, fellow journalists, and the program was really just beginning, as I mentioned. I was talking to my colleague, Jose Diaz-Bailar. We were just starting our meals, and we heard what sounded like gunshots, but in that moment could be anything. With a room so packed, you immediately eye the exits. I've been in this room before, as have my colleagues. This is a place, by the way, outside of the White House Correspondents Dinner, this is a place that throws so many gatherings, political festivities. They frequently have members of Congress here. This is a really big gathering space in Washington, D.C. There are few places, if any, that fit the capacity of people here. And so they are used to these kinds of high-profile events. I remember, while I didn't see the president because of where I was facing, and as I said, I ducked under the table. Jose pushed me under it, and we were trying to figure out what was happening. We thought it was gunshots. You know, as a journalist, you are constantly, do I film, do I not? But in that moment, it felt like it was gunshots. And we were told to get down by Secret Service because they wanted to escort the VIPs out of the room, understandably so. I saw Speaker Johnson getting rushed out. He was maybe 2 tables to the right of me. I saw Tom Emmer, who is a member of House Republican leadership as well. He actually already has an injured leg. We've seen him the last couple of weeks rolling around on a little scooter in the Capitol. So they got him out later. I was already out from under the table when I saw him, being limped out, ushered out by police. But there were cops, Secret Service, jumping on our table, trying to get everybody out. And it is reminiscent, as Congressman Raskin was saying, in that moment what was happening. You also think their priority are the principals and the VIPs. And so you're wondering where the president is, of course, immediately, where they ushered him to. Was there a bunker situation? Obviously, we don't know those details, and I'm sure they are kept hidden for a reason. But of course, they were on the property. So they had to act very quickly. And you would think that Secret Service, as you've been talking to your guests, would know better than me, would have to plan for these things. And certainly in this moment, that's what was happening. Now, the president said he wanted this to go on. It was clear, as I mentioned, Secret Service determined that wasn't possible. I'll remind you that on January 6th, it took hours for, not to compare the situations, but just because that was something Congressman Raskin kept saying, it took hours for them to be able to go back inside because they had to make sure that every square inch of that place was processed. They had bomb squads go in, making sure there was nothing left, no incendiary devices that were left behind. And in this situation, it sounds like they think that they apprehended whoever it was. The details are still unknown, and I don't want to misspeak, but definitely just, I don't even know the word for it, but for the president to attend this dinner for the first time, it was America 250. It was a really important year. We had those America 250 pins on the table, which I don't think any of us grabbed. And for this to happen, I think, is just another reminder of the political divisiveness that we all experience covering it, and also covering members of Congress and covering the White House as well.
Yeah, Julian, we want to be clear that there has been no motive released at this point yet. Authorities have not said whether the president was absolutely a target at this situation. We know that there are so many high-ranking White House officials, other dignitaries, the nation's top reporters, the nation's top press, all gathered in one room. And you have all talked about the moments of chaos being a guest in this ballroom when this was happening. And yes, obviously a panicked and a chaotic time. But Julie, what struck me just by looking at the video was the swift sort of orchestration by the Secret Service, by those law enforcement officials. And of course, this is what they're trained to do. But that orchestration of quickly and sort of calmly evacuating that head table, the president and other dignitaries up there. I wonder how that moment felt to you, Julie, as all this was going on. Did it feel under control, or did it feel completely panicked?
No, it felt under control. And again, we've covered these. Unfortunately, too many to count. Whatever the motive is, it's a devastating experience to be in this and to watch that kind of chaos unfold. But to your point, it did feel like it was under control. And House Speaker Mike Johnson actually just posted on X. I mentioned that I saw him and his wife Kelly get ushered out very quickly by Secret Service. I mean, within minutes. Of course, in those moments, it's hard to tabulate how much time passes because seconds feel like minutes and so forth. But he posted saying, Kelly and I were at the event tonight and we're thankful no innocent people were harmed and everyone is now safe. And he said, we're grateful as always for the law enforcement and first responders who acted so quickly to bring the situation under control. I think that was the theme of the night. The officers did act quickly. It was unclear, you talk about the chaos. Again, bridging my personal experience, which is a little bit of fear, of course, and watching, VIPs in the room, the president, we had members of the administration just all over the room. People, like you mentioned, who are important, who are targets, no matter what side of the aisle they're on. And so in this situation, of course, as a journalist, you're watching to make sure to see who was being moved out of the room when, and it was clear that they were prioritizing particularly the members of Congress who have a detail, and particularly the president, members of the administration. As you mentioned, the president was taken off stage quickly. There is some conversations that I've had, again, not verified, but that they were moved, at least members of the administration, to a temporary location within the hotel. I think that is logical to assume. And then, of course, we know the president was eventually moved out of the property, away from the property where he is expected to address the nation from the White House.
Yes, momentarily, we think. Julie, stand by for us. Thank you so much. We want to go back to Ryan Nobles, who was at the dinner and then is now safely back at our bureau in Washington. Ryan, what can you tell us now?
Well, we are still trying to figure out exactly whether or not the shooter, the person responsible for this, what their condition is. And that is not something that we've been completely made aware of at this point. We do know that the shooter was apprehended. We don't know if the shooter was killed, if the shooter was injured, what the situation was, but law enforcement officials have told us that the threat no longer exists. So that's one of the big things that we are trying to understand. We also know that the president is going to speak about this probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes, depending on when he can get back to the White House. It was a very chaotic scene in this part of Washington, D.C., trying to get back from where we were at the Washington Hilton to where I am at our bureau, which is just across the street from the U.S. Capitol. There were numerous streets that were shut down. There was a helicopter that was circling the Hilton for a certain period of time. You saw SWAT teams rushing to the scene at that point. And as Julie pointed out, there was also a bit of confusion as to whether or not they wanted people to stay in the building, if they wanted people to leave. I know in my case, our bosses instructed me to try and get back to the bureau as quickly as I could. So I made it through kind of a circuitous route through the bowels of the Washington Hilton and then left through a basement entrance to get outside of the building and then leave. And no one stopped me from leaving. And so in some cases, they were asking people to stay. In some cases, they were asking people to leave. So it was very much a situation where it wasn't exactly clear how they wanted to handle the situation and then what the next stage of all of this was going to be. And then the other thing I think is important to point out, which we've made this point before, but I think it's worth repeating, is just the number of important people and dignitaries that were in the room tonight, and then how quickly the law enforcement response was as a result of that. Each one of these folks, particularly the folks that are in the line of succession, when you think of the President of the United States, the Vice President, the Speaker of the House, the Secretary of State, they were all in the room. The Secretary of Defense was in the room. Each one of them have their own private security details. And you can see in this video that we're showing right now, they were literally leaping on tables to get to the principles that they were supposed to protect. And I was struck, at the beginning of the dinner as we were walking in, the volume of people that you saw with earpieces in their ears, which is an indication, it's a tell right away that they are law enforcement and a security detail, not necessarily just somebody that's at the dinner. Most of them also were not dressed in tuxedos for the most part. So there was an overwhelming law enforcement presence, and they were also quick to respond. The other thing that I thought was interesting about it, and the reason that you knew that this wasn't a typical situation, is that many of them had their guns drawn. And, I have to say, I've been around law enforcement, Capitol Police, Secret Service, Metropolitan Police, folks that aren't in uniform that go to events like this and are protecting principals. They are unbelievably professional. You never see their firearms. They always have them holstered, ready to go at a moment's notice, but they never take them out unless there is a threat. And honestly, Jessica, that was the first time that I was nervous when I saw those law enforcement officers with their guns drawn, prepared to act if they needed to, which is just not something that you ever see happen, despite the fact that you see this level of law enforcement at events like these all the time. So that gave us a real understanding that this was not a situation that they were taking lightly. And then, once the president was out of the room, once most of the principals were out of the room, it was very much a wait and see moment. What's going to happen now? What more do we know about this situation? And then from there, it's kind of devolved to where we are now, where the president has said that he's okay, all the members of the cabinet are okay, and then he's going to talk about this a little bit later on. And Jessica, you made a point earlier that I think is worth going back to, and about the significance of Donald Trump being at this event tonight. Donald Trump is now in his second term. He has never been to a White House Correspondents Association dinner. This has long been a tradition of presidents to attend the White House Correspondents Association dinner. President Biden went to 3 of the 4 in his term. The one he didn't go to was during the height of COVID, and there wasn't a dinner. And it's just something that he has always skipped for one reason or another. And he obviously has a very adversarial relationship with the press. And so this was considered a bit of a breakthrough, the fact that he had decided to attend the event. But there was a lot of anxiety as to what the interaction was going to be like between the president and the folks that cover him on a day-to-day basis. Some of the folks that were going to win awards tonight were people that won awards specifically because of their coverage critical of this administration on many different levels. And so, I spoke to someone close to the president prior to the event who had actually seen his remarks and had said that they were going to be funny and that they were also going to be devastating. But to also expect that he was not going to stick to his script. Many people thought that there was a possibility that he could speak for more than an hour tonight. And given that this was his first opportunity to speak to this particular group. And there was a lot of controversy around it as well. There were many people that questioned whether or not journalists should be in that room tonight, given how confrontational the president has been with the press, the fact that he's called the free press the enemy of the people, and whether or not it was appropriate for those of us to be in that room. So the fact that this all happened in the wake of what was going to be his first appearance at the White House Correspondents Association dinner as President of the United States, I think is significant and is just another important point to be made in what was, truly a night that none of us expected.
Ryan, on that point, the lashing out that the president has done of the press at times, perhaps this terrible situation can be a moment that even for a short period unites the press and the president, or perhaps smooths over what has been a very contentious relationship. Ryan, stand by for us. We want to read a statement that the Secret Service has put out. The U.S. Secret Service, in coordination with the Metropolitan Police Department, is investigating a shooting incident near the main magnetometer screening area at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. So that area is inside the building. The president and the First Lady are safe along all protectees. One individual is in custody. The condition of those involved is not yet known, and law enforcement is actively assessing the situation. So Secret Service says law enforcement does have a person, the shooter, in custody. It is unclear if anybody else was hurt during this situation. We do know that the president and the attendees at that ballroom, in that ballroom tonight, are safe. They have been evacuated. Reporters, correspondents, press is still, we believe, making their way out. As we're told, the event has been postponed. The president wants to do it in the next 30 days. It is unclear whether that will happen, but we are awaiting remarks from the president of the United States right now in the briefing room. Until that time, we want to go back to NBC's Julie Sirkin, who was attending the dinner tonight. She's now outside the Washington Hilton. Julie, one of the things that Ryan Nobles and I talked about a little bit is the several layers of security that you had to get to even get into that building or anywhere close to the ballroom. It's unclear whether this person had a ticket and that's why he or she was able to get inside, or perhaps they'd already been in the hotel, possibly a guest. I'm wondering if you're hearing anything along these lines yet tonight.
Yeah, it could have been any situation because this hotel has so many different entrances and exits. And I will tell you, like I mentioned, in years past that I've attended, the president mostly always attends. I've only attended under President Biden, the last year of President Trump. Either way, the security here is always intense. And you get dropped off blocks before the entrance of the hotel. There are some protesters, of course, but I actually thought in my head for a moment that there seemed to be less right around the hotel, at least at the entrance I was walking into. So they really tried to get a handle on this event. I've covered several of the president's events since the assassination attempts. There's always a high level of security. Secret Service is always well coordinated in those moments. It's gotten to the point where the vice president and President Trump rarely travel to events together because they don't want to be in the same room, given the heightened security posture for every elected official, well-known person, what have you. But I just want to point out a couple of things. You were talking about whether anyone was potentially injured. When I was standing outside of the Hilton, maybe about 45 minutes ago at this point, I saw an ambulance pull up. I thought it was a little bit late, given that we had already been evacuated. I would think that an ambulance would arrive sooner, but the ambulance did end up leaving without any visible signs of a person being loaded onto the stretcher. So perhaps that was a precautionary step that they took after the fact, but I didn't see anyone loaded on there. What I did see, however, was that far after this situation, when we were evacuated out of the ballroom, Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen, former senator newly confirmed as the head of DHS, he was being ushered out with individuals that were wearing heavy equipment. I don't know where they were from. He had bomb squad around him, FBI. These individuals were in helmets. They were in a green kind of military-looking garb with heavy guns. As Ryan mentioned, the first time you feel like they might be ready to use them. And I saw him get into his car. I saw his wife get into another car separately. So they were still trying to move principals out of there, even when the dinner seemed like it was going to resume for a moment. Just now, a couple moments ago, as I was standing here, we watched another crowd of journalists and others clearly exiting the hotel. So they were in the ballroom thinking that this dinner was going to resume. Linda McMahon, the education secretary, went back into the room. So clearly they were around, the members of the administration, thinking that this was going to perhaps restart because presumably the president wanted it to, as he posted online. But clearly it turned into a situation where they needed to get a handle on things. Obviously these situations take time. They have different squads going in. And again, I was with Congressman Raskin, who wanted to go back into the dinner, but just didn't see how it could happen given how long it took them to go back into the building on January 6th after everything was checked, just in case there could be anything else inside or a risk of somebody else involved. Because as I mentioned, there are protesters outside. There are hotel guests staying. When we were in the bar area before the dinner began, greeting our colleagues, there were just patrons near us, like it normally would be any other year. People who are just staying in the hotel. So yes, there were many layers of security. There's caution tape actually going on up to my right. They're still trying to cordon off this area that we're standing in. Just to paint a picture a little bit, I don't think we can move the camera too much, just given our circumstance here. These are police vehicles. They want to keep the street clear. The noise you heard earlier was because too many people were crowding in the street, and they needed to keep this area clear. The hotel, though, it's close, but it is, across the street, all the way to my right. And again, you see just how big this area still is that is cordoned off. So clearly this is still an active scene. Nobody is really permitted on these intersections, and they weren't. A lot of this was closed off before the dinner began to limit traffic to this area. But this is still an extremely active scene in the sense that law enforcement is still trying to figure out what is going on. And as Janine Pirro, the U.S. Attorney for D.C., posted from inside the dinner, the mayor was on her way here. Different members of law enforcement were on their way here to try and figure out and answer the question that you've been asking, Jessica, which is how did this person or persons get through these layers of security, get through showing their ticket multiple times. As Ryan said, I showed mine at least 6 or 7 times, at least, and had to show my credential at one point as well. So there was a lot of security to get into this dinner, but still things like this happen. But now we're hearing from some of those lawmakers, some of those principals that were in the room, members of the administration that were taken out, who are now just thanking Secret Service for the swift response.
You know, Julie, I love the spirit of wanting the show to go on and wanting the dinner to continue. But when you talk about security, it just seems like security aside and having to ensure that everything and everyone is safe aside, it seems like an impossibility to have gotten everyone who had evacuated back inside with those proper security screenings once again. Can you take us through the mood outside the hotel? I know you just did that a moment ago, but kind of the drastic change in what the mood has been since you were inside and got yourself out to safety, and now just sort of what's happening outside as this investigation is in its very early stages.
Yeah, I mentioned this earlier. As journalists, and there are many still out here, you want to capture what is happening. You want to capture what is happening around you. But this was also a situation that was happening to you. And I think so many people have gotten used to this feeling of having to prepare for the worst. But in that moment, again, you were really split between trying to see who was taken out, trying to make sure, as you heard Ryan mention, the Secret Service and the officers jumping over the tables. I was under one of those tables, and I heard that, and I didn't know if that was a shooter, if that was Secret Service, that was officer. I didn't know what was going on. And my colleague told me that it was officers, and I looked up and I saw all the lawmakers being ushered out, and I saw that happen. I would say in terms of the mood, there are some people who just live in this neighborhood, near this street. This is a neighborhood in the heart of D.C. It is very safe. It is very quiet in some of these streets. This is very residential for those watching who don't live here or live around here. But again, this is a major meeting point. This hotel has one of the largest ballrooms. I mentioned earlier there are many ballrooms within this hotel. There are many events held here with lawmakers. The president has been here before. He's held events here. So this is a meeting place that is used to holding high capacity events. They are used to having to juggle multiple balls, for lack of a better term, because they have so many guests staying here all the time, and they have so many events happening as well. So there are so many unanswered questions, unanswered questions about how this individual got in here, where they were from, who was their target, their motive. We don't know that yet. And as you pointed out, of course, I just think this is a situation where everyone is heightened. And certainly the people around the president are heightened, including his Secret Service team. And again, just a lot of action still around here. These streets are closed. Apologies, I'm wearing high heels. I try not to trip here, but certainly still a lot of media you see of different outlets. And as I was walking out, there were different media trying to ask me what happened inside, those who didn't attend the dinner. But I would say in terms of the mood, the president said he's going to do it again. And of course, that spirit is shared, like I mentioned earlier, on both sides of the aisle. I've heard it from both sides of the aisle walking out. And I think it's because this is a city, like many cities and towns, that have gotten used to these kinds of situations. As you hear right now, the officer there directing traffic, people who are either going to the hotel, because remember, there are multiple hotels where I'm standing. That is a hotel right across the street. You see it there, a little corner of it. But the officers are really trying to direct people away from this area if they do not absolutely need to be here, because this is still very much an active situation. Jessica?
Julie, thank you so much. Great reporting. Glad you and the rest of our correspondents are safe. Let's go now to NBC Nightly News anchor Tom Yamas, who will now take over our coverage. Tom.
Jessica, thank you so much for that. We appreciate it. Tom Yamas reporting tonight from Washington, here in the nation's capital. I just left the Washington Hilton where this entire security incident unfolded just about an hour and a half ago.
I was seated with Secretary of State Marco Rubio at the NBC News table alongside Secretary Wright, the Energy Secretary as well, Andrea Mitchell, Kristen Welker there as well. When we were looking at the stage, we noticed the commotion on stage, and you've seen the images over the last hour and a half, what has happened there. Secret Service rushing in, guns in hand, fingers on the trigger, and they were headed straight for President Trump, who they had now lifted off the stage to the back. He had hit the ground just like everybody else in that ballroom had, and it was unclear what exactly had happened. What we know at this hour right now, according to NBC News reporting and what law enforcement both in D.C. and the White House has put out, a shooter has been apprehended. There were shots fired outside of the ballroom. The president, though you may think was never in harm's way, that somebody with a shotgun was that close to the president inside the same hotel, obviously does not bode well for anybody who was in that ballroom. It could have been much more dangerous, and a lot of kudos to the Secret Service and to law enforcement there in Washington, D.C. to take down this shooter, because it was unclear exactly how close he could have gotten. At this hour right now, the dinner itself was going to have to be canceled because of law enforcement and the dangers and the security protocol that were happening at the moment. We know the president will host a news conference from the White House shortly to talk about what he experienced, what he saw, and what he's been told by the Secret Service. Ryan Nobles has been joining our coverage, has been covering this from the moment that it happened. Ryan, quite the night here, and it's not lost on me that we were both anchoring tonight in tuxedos, having rushed from this event and now telling the viewers at home exactly what has happened. And over the year and a half, I've been thinking about sort of the White House press corps and the campaign reporters that have been with President Trump since Butler, and how much they have gone through and seen some of those same people that were there in Butler when that happened. Of course, the president almost losing his life, Corey Compantore losing his life in that assassination attempt. And then now, a year and a half into his presidency, the president's life again threatened right at the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Yeah, Tom, it was pretty remarkable to be in that room and hear what initially, and I don't know from your perspective what it sounded like to you, but it didn't sound like gunshots. It sounded like maybe a waiter had dropped a glass or something along those lines. Maybe a table had tipped over. I heard a sound, and then, like you, I saw everyone begin to duck, and then you saw Secret Service and law enforcement come rushing into the room. And honestly, of all the possible outcomes as to how I thought this night would end, I did not think it would end in this fashion, but it was remarkable just how quickly the law enforcement and Secret Service were able to rush to get into the scene, to take the president, make sure that he was out of the room and get safe. And then also keep in mind, Tom, the volume of principals that were in that room, people in direct line of succession of the presidency. You had the Speaker of the House, you had the Vice President, you had the Secretary of State, you had the Secretary of Defense, you had sitting at my table was the House Majority Whip, Tom Emmer, the third-ranking member of the House of Representatives. And so each one of them had their own specific private security details. Each one of them were ushered out in a different form or fashion to get them out of the room and make sure that they were safe. There was a significant period of time where we just did not know whether or not we were safe, just whether or not the threat had ended. I know from my perspective, and I'd be interested to hear yours, Tom, especially since you were with the Secretary of State, while I was with the whip, his security detail came over and they were standing over top of him. They had their hand on his back. At one point, they were talking on the radio. They said shots fired. That was the first time that I had heard definitively that shots were fired. And then they were making a decision as to whether or not they should take him out of the room or just continue to have him shelter in the spot that he was in. The minority whip, or the majority whip, I should say, had a different complication in the fact that he's dealing with a foot infection and could not put weight on one of his feet. So they made the decision, despite the fact that he was dealing with that injury, to kind of prop him up and help him limp out of the room. And I think that demonstrated just how concerned they were about that situation. And so you saw every one of these cabinet secretaries moved out. You saw every one of these high-ranking members of Congress moved out of the room. And then there was a holding pattern as we tried to wait and figure out exactly just how serious the threat was. It was a very chaotic environment. You did not know exactly what the outcome was going to be. Thankfully, no one was hurt that was in that room, and what could have been a very, very difficult and dangerous situation, perhaps the best outcome as a result of all of this, Tom, given exactly what happened.
Yeah, and And as we continue to cover this breaking news situation, we do want to remind our viewers we're waiting for the president to speak tonight. He has said he will hold a news conference at the White House. It's unclear if he'll be taking questions. Of course, he'll talk about what he saw, what he was going through. NBC News has video that we've shown. It's also on all our social media accounts that at the time that this happened, the president was looking at a trick from the Mentalist Oz Pearlman, and he was essentially looking at the trick, and I think Oz was talking to the First Lady, and as this was happening, this is when they started to notice something, and you slowly see Secret Service agents crowd in front of the president. And I understand we're gonna take a network special report. We're gonna pause for a second.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Tom Yamas.
And good evening. We are coming on the air right now with breaking news out of Washington, D.C. President Trump is about to speak at the White House after shots were fired just outside the White House Correspondents Dinner tonight, forcing the president and other top administration officials to evacuate the Washington Hilton. The president was attending the event for the first time as president alongside members of the press and was expected to give remarks. The president posting on social media that the shooter is in custody and that the First Lady, the Vice President, and all cabinet members are in, quote, perfect condition. The Secret Service is now investigating the shooting incident. The president is about to speak. When he does, we will bring that to you live. You can see right there in the briefing room as we await the president to come in. You'll notice I'm in a tuxedo, and that is because we raced from the Washington Hilton here to our studios in Washington, D.C. This is a very unusual night, and hence the unusual appearance for this report. Gabe Gutierrez, I understand, has made his way to the White House right now for us. Gabe, you and I were inside the Washington Hilton when this happened. I was seated next to Secretary of State Marco Rubio to one side and the Energy Secretary on the other side. When this commotion happened, everyone hit the ground. Looking, the Secretary of State looking at both his wife, who was across the table, and also at the president, and wanting to see what was happening, as I was trying to tell him to get under the table because they were asking everyone to get under. And then Secret Service and law enforcement going table by table, taking each cabinet member and their spouse out and getting them to a secure location after the president was safely behind the stage, from what we understand, when this first happened. And it was really unclear, Gabe, what was happening. We saw law enforcement come in. There were scores of agents and law enforcement and Secret Service that came in, guns drawn, fingers on the trigger, and they were just rushing through that ballroom, really not letting anything get in their way so they could make a beeline towards the president. Gabe, I know you were sitting just behind me, and I'm not sure if it was who was sitting at your table, but I know there were other cabinet members that were sitting all around us at the NBC News tables.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. Look, it was a surreal experience. Secretary Burgum was at my table. He immediately dropped to the ground along with his wife, as you described other high-level cabinet officials did. And it was extremely remarkable and surreal to see so many Secret Service agents storm into the room. And Tom, this came during the salad course. The president of the White House Correspondents Association had just spoken, introduced the president and the First Lady. The Star-Spangled Banner had played, and there was an energy inside the room as we awaited the president's remarks that all changed completely suddenly with the evacuation of the president of the United States. Now, shortly after that, we did see some posts on social media from President Trump. He had said that he wanted the show to go on, in his words, but that it would be up to law enforcement. And then in a subsequent post, he said that Secret Service had decided that he should be evacuated from the premises. And that's when he announced this press briefing at the White House, which is about to get underway. My colleague Garrett Hake is awaiting those remarks there. And we hope to learn more information about what actually led to this incident, Tom. We had spoken with a witness who had heard what sounded like gunshots in an adjacent room. Again, we are still awaiting the details of what led to this possible shooting, if it was in fact gunshots, or what exactly led up to all of this, Tom. But it was very sudden. The night turned rather dramatically. And again, right now we're waiting to hear from the President of the United States. He says that he wants this event to be rescheduled at some point within the next 30 days, Tom.
Again, we're waiting for the president at any moment. We do have an update right now. We understand the suspect has been arrested and is being treated right now at the hospital. We believe this is for a gunshot wound, but again, this is a very fluid situation. We are still getting details in, and I'm sure we'll learn much more from the president as soon as he takes that podium. We can't stress enough how many people were inside that ballroom at this dinner. Almost the entire cabinet. There's usually a designated survivor, Gabe, and we know even from talking in our talks with the White House, somebody's always a designated survivor, so there is a line of succession that can withstand. But you had everyone from the Secretary of State, as we mentioned, to the Vice President, to the Secretary of Defense, in that room, all seated very close to each other. I'd say 500 to 600 people, I'm not sure the exact number inside that ballroom, all very crowded. So when the Secret Service rushes in, they didn't have a whole lot of space, but they were able to clear a lane out and get right to the president.
Yeah, that's right. And look, Tom, you had a good vantage point. My back was immediately to the president, so I did not see him being evacuated. My eyes turned to Secretary Burgum, who was at my table, and then the other people. It was a very confusing scene because you did not know exactly what was going on. You heard some noise from the back of the ballroom as those Secret Service agents stormed in, some with guns drawn. And then as soon as you turned around, the president was already gone. Certainly Secret Service agents making a split-second decision to evacuate the president in any scenario that could potentially threaten his life. But yes, as you mentioned, it wasn't just the president. Vice President J.D. Vance was also on stage. Other high-level officials from the Trump administration. The press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, had just been introduced, and very high-level officials. Now, certainly this dinner, this was the first White House Correspondents Association dinner that President Trump had been set to attend while he was in office. He had attended twice before as a private citizen, and his speech, highly anticipated. Perhaps the tone of his remarks, an administration known of being contentious with the press before. However, the president was set to give remarks. He had been invited by the Correspondents Association, and he had accepted. Certainly a very difficult night.
And we have to remember, we are right now a nation at war with Iran. There was an Iranian plot that the White House has spoken about to kill President Trump. We also know domestically there have been at least two attempts, if not more, on the president's life. One where he was almost killed. Corey Compentori killed there in Butler, sitting just behind him, a local firefighter who lost his life in that assassination attempt. And then we also saw Charlie Kirk and what happened with him, killed in front of a college audience. It is a very, very violent time right now in this country when it's come to political violence, Gabe. And this dinner happened sort of under the auspice of all of that. And that we're a nation at war right now, and the security situations are very, very tricky right now.
Certainly, and look, I did hear somebody cry out from the table next to me, "Not tonight." This was a dinner that was celebrating the First Amendment. It was a time for journalists, and again, an administration that can at times be combative with the press, but in this particular situation, agreed to come to this dinner. His remarks were highly anticipated to see what tone he might strike, given that there was so much going on across the world. Of course, no one wanted to see what happened here tonight, and there are still a lot of unanswered questions about what exactly did happen. I can tell you security at this event was extremely tight, as you would expect. There were numerous protesters outside of the Washington Hilton protesting the war in Iran, as well as, we've seen protesters before. These dinners often attract protesters that are critical of the administration, especially if the president does attend. But this was a dramatic change just as this dinner was getting underway. It was tightly packed in that room, and it was a dramatic shift. And right now, we're waiting to hear the president's first public comments on camera since this event unfolded just a short time ago.
And we'll hear his perspective, Gabe, which we haven't heard yet. He's posted on Truth Social, but from the videos that we've seen from the pool feeds that were inside, essentially, the pool of cameras that were capturing this event, the president looked right at those front doors when they burst open. That's when we all looked towards the front doors, the entrance to that ballroom, and when Secret Service came rushing in. Ryan, I do want to talk to you about sort of the bit of chaos and why it was such a terrifying scene for the people inside the ballroom, because there were so many people, hundreds of people in there, right? And the Secret Service was jumping table to table. The president is coming in right now with the First Lady. Let's listen in.
That was very unexpected, but incredibly acted upon by Secret Service and law enforcement. And this was an event dedicated to freedom of speech that was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press. And in a certain way, it did. because the fact that they just unified, I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was in one way very beautiful, a very beautiful thing to see. A man charged a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons, and he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now, put out on Truth and put out on many other platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. Really did a great job. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun, and the vest did the job. I just spoke to the officer, and he's doing great. He's in great shape. He is has very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him, and he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does, Secret Service agent. And we looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight, and I will say, you know, it's not a particularly secure building, and I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's drone-proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different, because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before. But everyone owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to the courage of law enforcement, the law enforcement, and working with the D.C. police. And we just spoke with the mayor. And when we're finished, the police chief is going to take over and discuss it also from their viewpoint. But they also performed exactly as they were supposed to. And you see the attacker in different positions, but you also see the attacker totally subdued and under control. So as you know, this is not the first time in the past couple of years that our republic has been attacked by a would-be assassin who sought to kill. In Butler, Pennsylvania, less than 2 years ago, you all know that story. And in Palm Beach, Florida, a few months after that, we came close. We really had, again, we had some great work done by law enforcement. But in light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts in resolving our difference peacefully. We have to resolve our differences. I will say, you had Republicans, Democrats, independents, conservatives, liberals, and progressives. Those words are interchangeable, perhaps, but maybe they're not. But yet everybody in that room, big crowd, record-setting crowd. There was a record-setting group of people, and there was a tremendous amount of love and coming together. I watched, and I was very, very impressed by that. But First Lady and I were taken very well care of, very quickly rushed off the stage. Vice President J.D. Vance, who's here, was likewise beautifully done. He was just saying how quickly everybody acted, law enforcement, Secret Service in particular in this case, but law enforcement. Marco had the same thing. Pete was there. Pete didn't want any help. He didn't want anybody to help him. He doesn't want anybody to help him, but he did get some, didn't you? And I think you also said that it was very impressive. So with that, I'd like to ask Todd Blanche to come up, say a few words, and tell you it's already underway. The man has been captured. They're going to his apartment. I guess he lives in California, and he's a sick person, a very sick person, and we don't want things like this to happen. I think it's very important that I say, though, and I told the representatives of the evening, they did such a beautiful job. It was such a beautiful evening. And again, they're talking about free speech in our Constitution. That's what it's all about, not just White House Correspondents. It was really based on free speech in our Constitution. But I said very importantly that we'll do it again within the next 30 days, and we'll make it bigger and better and even nicer. So I just want to thank everybody that was involved. I also want to thank the press, the media. You've been very responsible in your coverage. I will say I've been seeing what's been out, and you've been very responsible. So, Todd Blanche, I'd like to say a few words, and then we're going to have cash. And then you're going to go on. We can ask, I guess we can take a couple of questions. I want to thank the First Lady that was a rather traumatic experience for her. There was a lot of action taking place up there very quickly. But again, the response time was really incredible. And we're going to reschedule. We're going to do it again. We're not going to let anybody take over our society. We're not going to cancel things out because we can't do that. We wanted to stay tonight. I will tell you, I fought like hell to stay. But it was protocol. They said, please, sir, because they didn't know there was a lot of action going on, and they didn't know could there be probably a lone shooter, but we'll find out. We'll find out very quickly. They have it very well under control. So I want to thank everybody very much. And Todd Blanche, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Tonight you saw the very worst and the very best of this country. You saw the very worst by the actions of that coward that the President just talked about. But you also saw the very best because you saw law enforcement do exactly what they're supposed to do. And you'll see the videos come out, I expect, very shortly, and you'll see law enforcement do exactly what we want them to do. And so I echo what what President Trump just said, that we are extraordinarily grateful and appreciative of the men and women of law enforcement that did their jobs tonight, including one who was injured. This investigation is ongoing. I expect you will see charges filed shortly. The charges should be self-evident, given the conduct, but as you'll hear, there will be multiple charges surrounding the shooting, around the possession of firearms, and anything else that we can get on this guy. The investigation is obviously ongoing and just started. There is federal law enforcement already working on search warrants and doing their job, and I don't want to get ahead of them and don't want to get ahead of the work that they're doing even as we speak. Director Patel and I were just on the crime scene a short while ago, and everybody in this room should rest assured that the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, Secret Service, everybody's on the scene doing their job. I know that the police chief is going to give an update from the scene as soon as we're finished here, and I obviously will lead the details of what they have learned to him. But in the meantime, I just want to thank everybody in this room for the courage. And I want to thank President Trump for his words, and I promise you, justice will be served. Thank you. Director Patel.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Mr. President. The President's absolutely right. You saw the best resolve of American law enforcement because you, Mr. President, inspire them 24/7, 365. You give them the resources that they need, and they know that you have their back. And that is a changing dynamic in this country, and that's why you saw brave Secret Service agents respond immediately, swiftly, subdue and take down the suspect, and safeguard the lives of thousands of individuals at that hotel. Thanks to our interagency partnership with the Department of Homeland Security and the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI was rapidly deployed onto the scene, took over the evidence response unit, is examining all the ballistics that were found on scene to include the long gun and the shell casings. We are conducting witness interviews as we speak. You will hear from our team on the scene there with the mayor and the head of the FBI field division there. But please know what the Attorney General has just said reigns no truer. You saw the very best of America tonight. The very best unite us at a time of uncertainty, because we have leadership here with the President and the Vice President that backs law enforcement, and the men and women that I shook their hands on the scene today could not have been prouder to show up on scene. And as the Attorney General said, make no mistake, we are conducting witness interviews. If you have any information whatsoever related to this event, 1-800-CALL-FBI. 1-800-CALL-FBI. No piece of information is too small. No piece of information is inadequate. We will evaluate it all. We will also be conducting interviews of those that were there. And if any of those individuals have information, please come forward to law enforcement or the FBI or the Metropolitan Police Department. We will be examining this individual's background thoroughly. That process has already started, and we are going to ensure that he was either a lone wolf actor or anyone else that was responsible. We will analyze all evidence immediately to make sure that we safeguard this country. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you for your leadership. Attorney General and Homeland Secretary Marlin, thank you for your partnership in law enforcement.
Thank you. Okay, we'll do a couple and then we go to the chair. Madam Chairman, I just want to say you did a fantastic job. What a beautiful evening, and we're going to reschedule. And after that, it's very tough for her to ask a killer question, right? But you have done a fantastic job. Please.
Mr. President, I appreciate it. As you mentioned, it all happened so quickly. And I wonder, especially because unfortunately you have experience with these sorts of threats, in that moment when you realized there was a threat and service agents were telling us to get down, can you describe what was going through your mind, how you were feeling in that moment?
That's a very good question, actually. It's always shocking when something like this happens. It's happened to me a little bit, and that never changes. The fact, we were sitting right next to each other, the First Lady on my right, and I heard a noise and sort of thought it was a tray. I thought it was a tray going down. I've heard that many times, and it was a pretty loud noise. And it was from quite far away. He hadn't breached the area at all. They really got him. But so it was quite far away, but it was a gun. And some people really understood that pretty quickly. Other people didn't. I was watching to see what was happening. Probably should have gone down even faster. Melania was very cognizant, I think, of what happened. I think she knew immediately what happened. She was saying, "That's a bad noise." And we were whisked away along with other people, but we were really whisked away. And again, the performance of the Secret Service and the police, all of the law enforcement, I thought was really good. So it was very quick. There wasn't a lot of time to be thinking because it was a matter of seconds before we were out the door and gone into an area. We very much, and you wanted to too, we very much wanted to continue it because I don't like to let these sick people, these thugs, these horrible, horrible people change the fabric of our life, change the course of what we do. So we held out. You were there. We held out right till the end, but they didn't want to take a chance, and I understand there was protocol. But we're going to be doing one hopefully within the next 30 days or sooner, and I am ready, willing, and able, and I was all set to really rip it. And I said to my people, this would be the most inappropriate speech ever made if I said one. So I'll have to save it. I don't know if I could ever be as rough as I was going to be tonight. I think I'm going to be probably very nice. I'll be very boring the next time, but we're going to have a great event. And you did a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. There's a report in the New York Post that this assailant assembled his weapon somewhere on site at the hotel. What do you think about that? And I ask respectfully, why do you think this keeps happening to you?
Well, you know, I've studied assassinations, and I must tell you, the most impactful people, the people that do the most, you take a look at the people, Abraham Lincoln, I mean, you go through the people that have gone through this where they got them, but the people that do the most, the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. They don't go after the ones that don't do much because they like it that way. And when you look at the people that have either, whether it was an attempt or a successful attempt, they're very impactful people. Just take a look at the names there, the big names. And I hate to say I'm honored by that, but I've done a lot. We've done a lot. We've taken this country, and we were a laughingstock for years, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We've changed this country. And there are a lot of people that are not happy about that. So I think that's the answer, Peter.
And after Butler, your team for a while rethought outdoor events.
Yeah.
Do you think that you now need to rethink
No.
indoor?
Well, but then you just don't do events. No, I can't do that. I have to. It is what it is. We have to do it. The room was very, very secure. He charged from 50 yards away, so he was very far away from the room.
And what did you think when you saw the video of how fast he was running?
He was moving. He was really moving. And the reaction time was great. Boy, those guys, they had their guns drawn literally by the time he was there. They were shooting.
That's right.
I thought they were very impressive. And if I didn't, I'd let you know. I'm not going to be, I would not stand for that. No, I thought they were very impressive.
Thank you, President Trump, and thank you for updating us on the suspect earlier. Were you aware of any threats? Was your team aware of any threats beforehand? And do you believe you were the target of this tonight?
I guess. I mean, these people they're crazy. They're crazy, and you never know. He was very far away from me. He had to go through a lot. We had resources all over. We had resources sitting at tables, literally in disguise, sitting maybe at your table, who knows? But we had people all over the room, so he had a long way to go. That was really a first line of defense, and they got him. And they really, they acted incredibly. No, there was no notification. We had no idea. Go ahead, Kevin.
Do you know any political motivations from this?
Well, you never know. Now, we'll be able to tell you that maybe by tomorrow or the next day. He's in custody, and they're asking him a lot of questions. I guess they're going over, Todd, and they're already at his apartment. He lives in California.
Yes, sir.
And they're over there, so they'll be able to tell you. Thank you, Caitlin.
Did the suspect say anything, or was he wearing anything that would allege some type of motive here?
No, I mean, he was a guy who looked pretty evil when he was down. They had him down. He was fighting hard. He was in my opinion, a sick person. Who would do that but a sick person? But I think you're going to find everything about him. No reason to talk about it now. But tomorrow at this time, long before this time, you're going to know a lot of things about him. They seem to think he was a lone wolf, and I feel that too.
Are you concerned about U.S. Secret Service protection ability? We saw several of the detailees take minutes to be escorted out of the room.
No, they acted very quickly. No, I was very impressed by Secret Service. I mean, I'm the one, and Mark Wayne, you would agree with that, I think. I'm the one that would complain. You don't have to complain for me. I would be complaining. I'd be up here right now saying they didn't do their job. Oh, believe me, because, it's my life. And I want to live because I want to make this country great. That's why I want to live. But when you're impactful, they go after you. When you're not impactful, they leave you alone. Okay, a couple of more. Go ahead, please.
Is there any indication that this shooting could have been linked to the war in Iran?
I don't think so, but you never know. We're going to know a lot. We have the best people in the world working on it, and we're going to know a lot. Please.
Mr. President, there's a lot. There's you, as well as some of us who have covered Butler, experienced another horrific day 2 years ago.
Yeah.
What felt similar? You had the First Lady with you today. What felt different? And you have another 2+ years in office. Are you concerned about something like this happening
Well, I
again?
can't be concerned. I can only get great people. They did the job, in my opinion, a much better job than Butler. Butler had one weak spot that we all know about. Somebody should have been up there. But even Butler, we had our sniper on our side within 4.2 seconds from a distance of about 400 yards, one shot, and he was gone. And if he didn't do it, now, he's David. His name was David. I say, hello, David, every time I see him. David, I like you very much, David. But think of that. Now, if he doesn't hit him, and he hit him right between the eyes from 400 yards without any notice, nobody knew. He heard a sound. He looked over, and there was actually a tree that was somewhat in his way. You know the story very well. And he aimed, he fired, and if he didn't do that, beyond me, you would have had a lot more people killed. We lost one great person and 2 people very badly hurt. They're okay now. But no, that was so. In a sense, that was pretty amazing the job they did. But they did have that one weak spot, as you know. They should have had that covered. Tonight they had everything covered very quickly, and he was fast. He was running full blast, and they got him. before they got any further. I was very far away. You know, he hadn't anywhere close to breach the doors of the ballroom. The ballroom was sealed, and everybody in there. That's why once those doors opened, they didn't want to do tonight. If the doors weren't opened, we could have probably done it tonight, but I think we're much better off rescheduling. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, for you and perhaps law enforcement as well, what is the level of confidence that this was a lone actor, and has the suspect made any statements to police while in custody?
Yeah, I think it's just it's not my profession. We have great professionals up here and outside that have been working with us. My impression is he was a lone wolf, whack job. These are crazy people. And they have to be dealt with. We had that in the second attempt, as you know, and he's spending life in prison. Because if you let him out, they'll probably, if he serves 10 years or 15 years, you let him out, he'll probably try it again with somebody else. They're sick people. We have a lot of sick people. But you're going to know, I think very shortly, you're going to know, Todd, a lot about him. You're going to know a lot about him. Yeah, a couple of more. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Are you concerned about political violence? This could be politically motivated.
All violence. I'm concerned about everything. Look, but I can't be so concerned that you can't function. No, I'm here. It's a dangerous profession. You know, I tell the story, race car drivers, I think it's very dangerous. So if you take 1% and then take about 10% of 1%, just to break it down very easily, they die. So much less than 1%, 10% of 1%. I think bull riding is very dangerous. If you take about the same, 10% of 1%, much less than 1%. But if you take presidents, it's 5.8%. And about 8% are shot at. So nobody told me this was such a dangerous profession. If Marco would have told me, maybe I wouldn't have run. Maybe I would have said, I'll take a pass. No, it's a dangerous profession, but I don't view it that way. Look, I'm here to do a job. It's part of the job. It is a dangerous, I can't imagine that there's any profession that's more dangerous. But I love the country, and I'm very proud. I'm very proud of the job we've done. You see what's happened. We have a great country. We've got, I think, the most successful, the hottest country anywhere in the world. This happened over a period of just a year, and we're going to do great things. But with that come risks. There's no question about it. Yeah.
To that end, I mean, there's been so much political violence, not just aimed at yourself, but at other members of Congress, state house speakers, you name it. Is that just the cost of doing business to do politics in America anymore?
Yeah, well,
what does that say about our country?
Too. We're not the only country. You look at this great violence with all countries. I was talking to somebody from another country today, and they have numerous assassinations of political figures all over the world. You look at South America, it's like some of the numbers are just horrific. It's dangerous. It's dangerous stuff, whether it's here or someplace else. No country is immune. No country. Good question.
Will we turn that temperature down at this point?
Well, probably if I decided to just not do much, if I let everybody rip us off and take advantage of us. Look, we're leading the world in trade now. We're leading the world in the military. We're the greatest military in the world. I rebuilt it in my first term, and now we use it because we have no choice. We can't let, as an example, Iran, we can't let them get a nuclear weapon. Everything will be peanuts compared to that if they ever were given a nuclear weapon, and they'd use it too. Marco and I were talking about it today. They would use it without even hesitation. We can't do that. It was a shame. I said, oh boy, look at the numbers. We just broke 50,000 in the Dow. We just broke 7,000 in the S&P. They said we couldn't do it in 7 years, in 5 years, 4 years. They were saying maybe in 5 or 6 years. And we did it in 1 year. And I called everybody together. I called all of these people and others, and I said, we have to take a little journey. I seek to do this. We just had the great number. We just broke 50,000. Wasn't supposed to happen during my term. Wasn't reachable. We did it in 1 year, and I said, we're going to have to make a journey to Iran. They're going to have a nuclear weapon if we don't do it. We had the B-2 bombers take them out. I terminated in the first term the Obama agreement, the Iran nuclear agreement, which was a disaster. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have used it. They would have used it 100%. So, you know, when you do things like that, you become a target. If I wasn't doing that, I guess I'd be a lot less of a target. But I'm honored to be. Okay, one more question.
Thank you, President Trump. Do you know how the gun was brought into the hotel? And also, how does this event impact you as the leader of our country? Do you think it will change your
I like not to think about it. I lead a pretty normal life, considering, you know, it's a dangerous life. I think I handle it as well as it can be handled. I think a lot of other people, you know, you read stories where they become basket cases. To be honest with you, I'm not a basket case. I really take it as it is. I do it for the country. I'm not doing it for any other reason. I have a first lady who's doing a terrific job. She loves the country, and she recognizes it better than anybody. She's told me numerous times. She said, "You are in a dangerous job," but that goes along with her too. I mean, it's dangerous for her too. We sat there tonight. We heard that noise, and it was either a tray or a bullet. I was hoping it was a tray, but it wasn't. And again, we had some very brave people doing a great job, so we're very proud of them and happy with them. I just want to thank everybody. They will be able to give you all that information as to the names and everything else. I think we released the names already. Most of you would have it, but his name. We appreciate it. I see so many tuxedos and beautiful dresses. It was a little different evening than we thought, but we're going to do it again, and we have a great chairman who we're so proud of, and we have to make it better. We'll make it safer, I guess, right? But we're going to make it even better. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
President Trump, can we hear from her about how impactful this was? Can we hear from her about...
Well, honey, would you want to say something?
Okay.
One in the
back,
Millions of people across the globe, in fact, are watching you. You demonstrated courageous leadership, and thank God you're alive. All of us are alive today. What is the message that you want to give to the world that this should change? What corrective measures can we take from here on?
Well, all you can do, look, I don't care how many people you have, how good they are. They can be the greatest people. You have the greatest security in history. If you have a whack job who's got a brain, but it's a little bit distorted or a lot distorted, they can make trouble. I would say, Pete, right? You know, they can make trouble. Some of these people are of genius level IQ, and they're nuts. So it can be trouble. So you do absolutely the best. You get the best. We have the best people. Well, look, it was proven tonight. He started running from 50 yards, and he was fast. He was like a blur on tape. He was moving. It was very impressive the way they got him, because a lot of people would be looking and saying, you know, it's like a weird feeling, and they would let him get through, but they didn't let him get through. They drew those guns so fast. They looked like Matt Dillon. They looked like somebody that knew what they were doing. We really do, but it comes with the territory. And if you want to do a great job, I really believe that. And you take a look at what's happened to some of our greatest presidents, and it doesn't happen to people that don't do anything. And it's not going to deter me from winning the war in Iran. I don't know if that had anything to do with it. I really don't think so, based on what we know. But we're going to continue to do a great job. That's all I can do. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you.
We've just been listening to the president speak after shots were fired just outside the White House Correspondents Dinner at the Washington Hilton in the nation's capital. The president saying a man who lives in California charged a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons before being taken down by the Secret Service. I'm going to ask our director to roll that video that has been released now by the White House. You can see how fast this man was coming. Look to the left side of your screen. He's sprinting right past Secret Service when they draw their weapons and begin to fire. The shooter was not able to breach the doors to the ballroom dinner. The president also sharing that a Secret Service agent was shot in the chest but was saved by a bulletproof
bulletproof vest. The president saying he heard a loud noise and thought it was the sound of a tray going down, and he was quickly rushed off the stage. The president also praising law enforcement for acting quickly and saying he hopes he will be able to share more on the shooter's motivations in the coming days. The White House also releasing a photo of the alleged shooter taken down by both Secret Service and D.C. law enforcement. This is a picture right now, one of the images they've released. They've released two different images of the shooter. It's still unclear, one, how he brought the weapon into the Washington Hilton, how he was able to bring that weapon into the hotel where the dinner was being hosted. Two, how he was able to at least run as fast as he was, running through at least one perimeter. But again, the president making it very clear he was very far from the entrance to the ballroom. Essentially saying that his life, the president's life, it was in danger, but not in danger in the sense that the man was so close he could start firing through the doors or at least into the ballroom. And again, we're still learning a lot as we get more information from the White House. At any minute, we're waiting for D.C. Police, the Metropolitan Police Department here in Washington, along with the D.C. Mayor, Mayor Bowser, to host a news conference to give us some information. As soon as that starts, we're going to bring that to you live. Gabe Gutierrez is at the White House for us tonight, along with our team. Garrett was in there as well. Garrett Hake, who asked the president a question about essentially political violence in America right now. We've seen this happen at state houses. We've seen it happen across the country. 2 or more attempts on the president's life. And now what we saw tonight here at the White House Correspondents Dinner. Gabe, the president also saying he started to study assassination attempts because of what's happened to him, and he's learned a lot from them, and also making the case for the ballroom that is now in the hands of a court, and the reason that it should be built because it can be protected better. The president questioning the security at the hotel, saying it was not very secure in the president's word. We went through security. We saw that there were metal detectors there, but it is a hotel. There are some policies the hotel has to follow with guests that are staying in the hotel that are not going to the dinner. It's not exactly a perfect place to host this in the sense that things like this can happen, and they did tonight.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. Look, the president said in his view that this was not a particularly secure building, but he went out of his way repeatedly to praise the actions of the Secret Service and of law enforcement that were there on the scene. You mentioned the suspect. Yes, as we speak, according to the president, law enforcement is going through the suspect's apartment. He lives, according to the president, in California. The president saying that he believed that this was a lone wolf, but it's unclear if he had any political motivations here. The president did not seem to believe that this had anything to do with the ongoing war in Iran. But certainly, Tom, it was the president's initial reaction, what he said when he first heard some sounds. He said it was, he thought, some trays potentially being dropped. But as you were right there, just sitting across in the next table from me, this all happened very quickly. Secret Service whisked him away. Now, the president releasing, really just as he began talking, that striking video of the suspect sprinting past the security checkpoint. You're right, the security checkpoint significantly outside of where the ballroom doors were. The suspect never got to the ballroom doors. The president saying that he was stopped very quickly by the Secret Service. But yes, the president is suggesting this was not a particularly secure building, using the opportunity to argue for why he needs a secure event space here at the White House. The president, of course, very fond of holding indoor events. And even next week, we expect the president to hold a state visit here at the White House by King Charles. The president saying that, of course, after the assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, some of his outdoor events, security there was reconsidered. He was asked whether security at indoor events might be reconsidered. But the president saying that he was satisfied with the how the Secret Service responded to this particular incident. Significant, though, Tom, revealing that the suspect did allegedly fire on these officers, and that an officer could have lost his life if not for the bulletproof vest that he was wearing. But again, this investigation very early on, the president saying that he believes it is a lone wolf, but political motivation still unclear at this point, Tom.
Can take no chances in this type of political atmosphere. Gabe Gutierrez, stand by for us. I want to bring in Garrett Hake, who was inside that briefing room, and you had a chance to speak with the president. Garrett, talk to me about the way you saw the president. You were just inches from him in that news conference. Actually, Garrett, stand by. The D.C. mayor's about to speak. Let's listen in.
Right, we're going to the mayor.
All right. are. Okay.
Good evening. I'm Muriel Bowser. I'm the mayor of Washington, D.C. I am joined by members of my public safety team and federal law enforcement, including the United States Attorney for the District of Columbia, Janine Pirro, the Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, as well as FBI Field Office, Darren Cox. We're here to provide you an update on the incident that took place tonight at 8:36 p.m. at the Washington Hilton at the site of the White House Correspondents Dinner. At about that time, a sole gunman rushed a Secret Service checkpoint in a lobby at the hotel. Secret Service agents stopped the suspect. An agent was injured and transported to a local hospital where the agent is receiving care. The suspect is also transported to a local hospital where he is being evaluated. The president returned safely to the White House, as you know. We are so very thankful to members of law enforcement who did their jobs tonight and made sure that all guests were safe. We have no reason to believe at this time that anyone else was involved. I want to turn to the Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department, Chief Carroll, to provide a law enforcement update and specifics.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, I'm Jeff Carroll, Interim Chief of Police for the Metropolitan Police Department. This afternoon, this evening, members of the United States Secret Service and the Metropolitan Police Department were here at the Washington Hotel for a site detail for the Correspondents' Dinner. As the mayor mentioned, at approximately 8:36 tonight, an individual charged a U.S. Secret Service checkpoint here in the lobby area of the hotel. He was armed with a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives. As he ran through that checkpoint, members of law enforcement from the United States Secret Service intercepted that individual. This is a very preliminary investigation at this point. We do know that law enforcement exchanged gunfire with the individual. We do know that a U.S. Secret Service Uniform Division officer was struck in his vest. He was transported to a local hospital for treatment. He seems to be in good spirits at this time. The suspect in this case, he was not struck by gunfire. However, he was transported to a local hospital to be evaluated. Again, we're very early in the investigation. We have members of the United States Secret Service, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the FBI here to continue to investigate this matter. But at this point, it does appear he is a lone actor, a lone gunman. There does not appear to be any sort of danger to the public at this time. However, we are continuing to investigate this matter. At this point, I will turn it over to, I believe, the FBI.
Hi, good evening. I'm Darren Cox. I'm the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI's Washington Field Office. The American public should be proud of the quick response and heroic actions from law enforcement officers tonight to keep the American public safe. Their actions are absolutely heroic. The public should also rest assured that there will be no stone unturned during this investigation. The FBI currently has our Joint Terrorism Task Force here on scene, along with our Criminal Division, our Crisis Response Team, and agents from across the country are working on any leads that may come in this investigation. Anyone with tips in this investigation should call 1-800-CALL-FBI. Thank you.
Director Curran.
Thank you.
My name is Sean Curran. I'm the Director of the Secret Service. Tonight, we saw exactly what our brave men and women do each and every day to protect our protectees. It's not easy, and I will tell you that they performed admirably. We got to see what they do, and that individual, when he charged a checkpoint, was apprehended. It shows that our multi-layered protection works, and I'm grateful to our partners that help assist us with building these sites and protecting these sites. Very fortunate that this officer is alive, is being observed, and I'm grateful that the President reached out to this officer and spoke with him earlier. I ask everybody to pray for him and all of our officers and agents that were involved. And I will tell you, we will continue with the mission. Thank you.
Judge Shapiro.
I'm Janine Pirro. I'm the United States Attorney. Right now, the defendant is being charged with 2 counts, 924C, using a firearm during a crime of violence, and a second crime under 111, which is assault on a federal officer using a dangerous weapon. Now, as you all know, there was an individual, a uniformed Secret Service officer, who was shot. And fortunately, he is doing all right and he will be fine. But it is clear, based upon what we know so far, that this individual was intent on doing as much harm and as much damage as he could. And thankfully, because of the checkpoint right outside the ballroom, where thousands of people were situated to hear the President of the United States, because that checkpoint worked, there was no one who was injured when it was clear where this defendant was going. Now, I want to make one comment. As a participant, someone who was in the ballroom, who came this evening to be part of a very lovely event at the White House Correspondents Dinner, I, for the first time, was in a situation where there were shots fired, shots heard, and a whole room went silent. When I lifted my head and when I looked up, every law enforcement officer was out there as we all had our heads down, thousands of them. These are the men and women every day who do what they do silently, and they do it with courage and with dignity. Thank God for our partners, the FBI, the Secret Service, the Metropolitan Police. All of them tonight acted so quickly that they prevented what could have been a horrific event where we were all sitting there in one room. The defendant will be arraigned on Monday in federal district court. But make no mistake, there will be many more charges based upon the information that we are learning in this very fluid situation. Thank you.
Take a few questions. Right here in the front, right here in the front.
Confirm that this suspect is specifically targeting the president and isn't talking to law enforcement now?
Sure. So at this point, what we know is we know the individual charged at checkpoint with a firearm in his hand. We know he was running in the direction of the ballroom that the president was in, as well as other cabinet members. So what his specific motivation was, we can't say at this point. However, as we continue to investigate that, we'll continue to work towards that.
Chief, when you say you're
talking to law enforcement,
Layered approach. The point of this checkpoint is to intercept individuals that were there, and what we see in this case is when he reached that checkpoint, Secret Service agents and law enforcement engaged him immediately. They were able to bring him into custody and prevent anyone from being harmed.
Chief Carroll, right here.
Chief Carroll, can you tell us if you found a vehicle associated with the suspect? And are you and the FBI conducting any search warrants either on the vehicle or locations here or elsewhere around the country?
Sure, Mark. So as you can imagine, this is very early in the investigation. So, things we're looking into is his background, vehicles. Those are all things that the FBI, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the Secret Service are working together jointly to determine, is there anything else that's available? So I would imagine as we continue to go through this investigation, there will be additional search warrants and things of that nature as the investigation progresses.
Is the suspect known to law enforcement?
At this point, he was not known to the Metropolitan Police Department, I can tell you that.
Right here.
There are multiple other parties and events happening associated with this weekend tonight. Is there any reason to believe that there will be security concerns at those events? Are there preparations being made locally to protect those attendees?
Yeah, absolutely not. So we have no indication. This is an isolated incident with one individual is the information that we do have. However, we do have additional officers across the city that are giving special attention. We do know there were some after parties and events that are planned that we will be providing coverage for those events.
Yep,
Chief,
right here.
the president said that this is not a particularly secure building. Can you agree with that assessment?
I'm not exactly 100% familiar with this building. I do know in this incident tonight, I know there was a security plan that was developed by the Secret Service that the Metropolitan Police Department assisted with, and I know that security plan did work this evening.
Right here.
Thank you so much. Do you know
specifically if President Trump was a target of these attacks? And can you speak to their reporting about the suspect assembling a long weapon and get into the ballroom?
Yes, as we said before, we do know the president was inside the ballroom. We know there was cabinet members and many guests in there. Who specifically he was targeting at this point, that's part of the investigation. We do know that he was armed with a shotgun when he ran through that checkpoint, so that would look like a long weapon in video.
All right, right here, right here, right
Can you
here.
clarify, earlier you said there was an exchange of gunfire. Did the suspect fire any shots? And did the uniformed officer, do you know yet which weapon he was shot with?
Yeah, obviously we're only a couple hours into this incident, so we don't have that level of information. The FBI's evidence response team is here. They're processing the scene. So as the investigation develops, all that information will be figured out with the ballistics. The ATF is also on scene here with us.
So the suspect did or did not fire a shot?
Sure. So again, it's very preliminary information. We do believe he did. However, as the investigation determines, we'll pull the shell casings. We'll be able to get more information as we review more evidence. We're very early in the investigation.
All right, we can take a couple more right here, and one more over here.
Thank you so much. So, the president said that he wants there to be another event within 30 days. Given what happened tonight, do you have any sense of what additional security measures might be put in place to ensure that something similar does not happen again?
Sure. I'll toss it to the Secret Service.
Yep, this is what we plan for every day. So we take each and every case and we evaluate it, and we do site assessments. And that's why we go out and build these sites per what the event is, and that's how we go about our business.
Will there be any changes or added measures given that this did happen?
We're going to have to evaluate this evening.
I understand.
Is there any indication how the suspect got into the hotel? Was it a guest here? Are you searching rooms?
So preliminary information, we do believe he was a guest here at the hotel. We have secured a room here in the hotel, and again, we'll go through the appropriate procedures to determine what was inside there. But that is secure. At this point, like I said, we believe he is the only suspect in this case.
Okay. To jump on that question, I understand the multi-approach to security. To walk in with a weapon of that caliber and elevate to law enforcement on the local level seems to be quite extraordinary. How does that happen?
Sure. So again, I mean, we're very early in the investigation, so we'll have to determine, we'll go through video across the hotel to figure out how the gun got in, how it got down here. Those things will come through the investigation. At this point, we don't have that level of detail.
Okay, last one.
Yes, video appears to show the president falling down and being escorted out. Was he injured at all during his evacuation?
No, we don't have any information that he was injured.
All right, thanks. Could you clarify how he was detained? If he was not shot, could you clarify how he was detained?
Sure. So law enforcement right here in this very area, they actually tackled him to the ground and handcuffed him.
And how many people were in the hospital? Can you give us his name?
Not at this time. We will release his name, Mark, once we have all the information. Again, we're still running a lot of things down. Judge. In the hospital, so we have the Uniform Division Secret Service officer who's being evaluated at the hospital who took a round to the vest, and the suspect is being evaluated, but he was not struck by gunfire.
Are you looking at any terrorism charges?
Well, as the chief just indicated, we're very early in this investigation, but make no mistake, if there is anything like that, we will find it and we will file it.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We've been listening to Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser speak alongside law enforcement about the shooting incident at the White House Correspondents Dinner. We've learned a lot of new information. I'm going to have our director run the video that the White House has released of the gunman running through. Police now telling us he had a long gun believed to be a shotgun as he sprinted through this initial perimeter before getting as he was headed towards the ballroom. He did not get anywhere near the ballroom. That, according to law enforcement. He exchanged gunfire with the Secret Service. A Secret Service officer was shot, but he had a bulletproof vest. He's being treated in the hospital. The president has spoken to that officer, and he's recovering and okay. The suspect was a guest at the hotel at the Washington Hilton. It's unclear if he assembled his gun inside his hotel room, if he had brought the gun to the hotel room. Police are actively investigating that right now. They're looking inside of the hotel room. They have not released his name. They're saying he's a man from California, and they're emphasizing this seems to be a lone wolf incident. They do not think at this point he had any accomplices.
threats, and it does not look like there are any more threats, at least not tonight, from what police have seen. Garrett Hake was inside the briefing room when the president spoke about the incident. And if I could also ask our director to roll the video when the president and the Mentalist Oz Pearlman, along with the First Lady, were speaking on stage when this whole thing happened. Garrett, tell our viewers exactly what the president says he saw, because he described that he thought it was a tray falling. What he probably heard was the gunfire before the Secret Service rushed in. This is the moment here, Garrett.
Yeah, the president said it all happened very fast. He wasn't really able to process it, Tom, much like the rest of us in the room, and that he thought what he heard was a waiter dropping a tray. There are thousands of people in that ballroom. It is quite noisy. It only became clear to him, as it did for, I think, many of the rest of us in the room, when Secret Service rushed the stage, covering him and the First Lady and taking them out, that this was a much more serious situation. It didn't register at the time that it was gunshots. That's consistent with, I think, the experience of most of the people in the room who heard a loud noise that couldn't be identified at the moment, and then the sort of rush from every angle of law enforcement into the ballroom.
Yeah, Garrett, we were in there. All of us were. I was seated next to the Secretary of State and the Secretary of Energy. We all hit the floor. The Secretary of State looking at his wife, who was across the table, and at the president. I was trying to get him to come down as well, but he wanted to sort of get a gauge of the situation because it was so chaotic. And then we saw Secret Service jumping from table to table and just taking out each cabinet member to make sure they were safe. You had a chance to ask the president about sort of the temperature of the country right now. Over the last few years, he has seen 2 assassination attempts, maybe more than that. The White House has said the Iranians, there was a plot to kill him as well. We've also seen this happen with Democratic governors in Pennsylvania and other local officials in Minneapolis as well. It's been a dangerous time to be in politics in America.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I covered Capitol Hill before I came to the White House, where threats have skyrocketed in the years since January 6th. And so this culture of political violence has been kind of omnipresent. And I asked the president about that. And earlier in the evening, he had suggested that, he thinks he's a target because he is a president of such consequence. He compared himself to Abraham Lincoln and suggested that that's what happens when you do big things. I sort of pressed him on that idea. Is this the cost of doing business to be a politician in America right now? And he said yes, and not just in America, that he thinks this is a global issue of this political violence, but it's necessary, in his view, to be a person who does big things, and related it to his efforts to pursue his war in Iran right now. And so the president, who's been quite reflective on this, he said earlier in the evening that he has studied assassinations. He talked about percentages of presidents who've been targeted by assassins. And we know from other interviews that he's given that he has, since Butler, thought a lot about his own mortality. I think that was obvious in his remarks here tonight as well.
And as we report this out, we should tell our viewers, it stands to reason the target of this potential assassination attempt was the president. But we also cannot stress enough how many cabinet members were in there.
That's
there
right.
were so many important members of our government, of the American government, that were inside that ballroom, all seated very close together. And luckily, the Secret Service and D.C. law enforcement were able to act and stop this alleged gunman before he got anywhere near the ballroom. Julie Sirkin is outside the Washington Hilton. She's been reporting for us out on the street as both demonstrators started before this dinner and then after the scenes that we've seen as the president left was rushed out to the White House. Julie, I understand there's another situation that unfolded in front of you.
Yeah, I've been standing out here along with my producer, Kyle Stewart, our cameraman. Again, Tom, just like you, still dressed from the dinner. We walked out here. They've barricaded this area. You can see police tape behind me. It's all around this area. The Hilton is to my right corner. But what just happened was, again, they're not letting people through. This is a residential neighborhood. There are hotels everywhere. Guests who are staying at the hotels couldn't even get access inside. A woman, I appear to be a woman, driving a car. She pulled up right here, right next to me, where you see the camera panning right now. Again, you see the police vehicles here. And I heard her being stopped by the officer, asked her who she is, and the woman appeared to say, I am the Minnesota councilwoman. I am the effing First Lady of the United States. And, put her foot on the pedal, hit gas, and just sped down this street. And then the cop had chased her. I don't know where that stands now, of course, but it just shows you that this is such an active and real situation still, even though The guests have left the ballroom, even though we are one of very few media left here. Things were starting to quiet out a little bit. They just held that press conference with the chief of police, Tom, that you were talking about and listening to, just feet from here, and yet this just happened. So it just shows you that this is still a security situation. They are still trying to figure out what's going on, and that there are still potentially people, even though you heard Janine Pirro say there was just one person involved, there could still be potentially people who they are monitoring out here.
Julie Sergin, you and your team, please stay safe out there as you continue to report this story out. This is still an ongoing situation. The investigation is just getting started in D.C. Gabe Gutierrez is covering this one for us from the White House as well. The president made a lot of remarks inside that briefing room, and one of the things he wanted to highlight was he is in court right now, battling to finish his ballroom, which is a massive ballroom. Underneath there will be a military bunker of sorts, which the courts have allowed to be built, but it's the ballroom above ground that has been very controversial and is now being challenged in the courts. And the president tonight pointing to this incident saying, we need a safer space to bring our leaders, to bring world leaders to come to Washington and to be able to protect them.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. Look, the president arguing that that $400 million ballroom will be funded by private donations, and that's why it needs to happen. Certainly, right now it's stuck in the courts, but he is making the argument that if he wants to hold large events at the White House, indoor events, that he does use this opportunity to argue for why that ballroom is necessary. The president, someone that likes to hold these large events with potentially world leaders or heads of state, and have many cabinet officials, and he used this opportunity in order to argue for that ballroom, Tom.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez first. Again, if you're just tuning in right now, we've been covering the breaking news that happened at the White House Correspondents Association dinner tonight, right here in the nation's capital. A gunman, you can see on the left hand of your screen, running past Secret Service, a checkpoint there, exchanging gunfire with the Secret Service, and ultimately being taken down. A Secret Service agent was shot in the process, being treated at the hospital. Luckily, he was wearing a vest. This is the suspect right now. We don't know his name just yet. We know he's from California. Police are describing him as a lone gunman for now. It is unclear exactly who his target was, but the president was in the ballroom. That concludes this NBC News special report. We'll have much more coverage here on NBC News Now and at NBCNews.com. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jessica Layton. We have been following breaking news out of Washington, D.C. tonight. Police saying a lone gunman armed with multiple weapons charged a security checkpoint in the lobby outside the White House Correspondents Dinner in D.C. Now, in the last hour, we have heard from President Trump, who was evacuated from the event and is safe, as well as local law enforcement who say the suspect was stopped by Secret Service and apprehended before he was able to breach the doors of that dinner. And now at this hour, we know from police that the suspect lives in California and he was a guest at the hotel, with police saying the suspect used a long gun. We also know that one Secret Service agent was injured and is being treated at a local hospital. Officials already announcing several charges the suspect will face, saying more are coming, and saying the suspect will be arraigned in court on Monday. Let's go straight to NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez, who was at that dinner tonight. Gabe, what is the latest?
Jessica, a very fast unfolding situation, and we've just heard from the D.C. police chief. We've also just heard from the President of the United States here at the White House. This unfolded several hours ago, as you mentioned, and it was a surreal scene inside the Washington Hilton, inside that ballroom. The President saying that he heard some what he thought were trays falling in the distance. It turned out to be gunshots. I can tell you, as someone who was sitting inside that room, sitting just a few seats down from Secretary Doug Burgum and just a few seats down from Secretary of State Marco Rubio as well. This was very sudden. It was at the beginning of the dinner during the salad course when Secret Service agents stormed into that ballroom and started whisking away cabinet secretaries one by one. By the time I looked right behind me, my back was to the stage, the president had already been taken out. This happened very quickly. And of course, course, it wasn't just the President of the United States inside that room. Vice President J.D. Vance was also sitting a few seats down from the President, and other top administration officials, including Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, the First Lady, of course, and other members of the Trump administration. The President, in his remarks, struck a very reflective tone. He was asked if this was the cost of doing business politically in America. The President saying perhaps it is, but also pointing to a rise in political violence really around the world, and saying that he was a political leader that did big things, that accomplished a lot of things, and that made him a target. Law enforcement at this point has been very careful to say, or not to say rather, who was the intended target of this alleged gunman, whether he was specifically targeting the President, whether he may have been targeting cabinet officials or the hundreds of journalists inside that room. In any case, it was incredible to watch that security footage posted by the President on social media very quickly after this event, wanting to get out there, and just how quickly law enforcement acted in order to save lives here. The suspect can be seen bolting through that security perimeter. Law enforcement says that he was carrying a shotgun. He did fire at least one shot, hitting a law enforcement officer in his bulletproof vest, according to the President. You see that video right there, and that Secret Service agent, we're told, is recovering at this point. The suspect also taken to the hospital. You heard local authorities and as well as federal authorities say that he will be charged. And right now, investigators are combing through the suspect's apartment in California, according to federal officials. The President also using this opportunity to argue for his controversial ballroom that he wants to build here on the White House grounds. The East Wing was demolished for it. The courts have hung up the construction of that ballroom and have allowed the bunker for national security purposes to continue at this point. The President saying that the Washington Hilton, in his opinion, was not a particularly secure building. However, federal authorities have repeatedly praised law enforcement and the Secret Service for acting very quickly in this instance to save lives. Again, this is still very early in the investigation. They're very careful not to assign any political motives right here. The President, though, saying that he believed him to be a lone wolf, a quote, lone wolf whack job, according to the President, and seeming to suggest that this was someone that wanted to do harm to a great amount of people, and still law enforcement stepped in and managed to save lives here. It was a surreal experience being inside that ballroom, Jessica, but it was over in a matter of minutes. The President saying that he wants to reschedule this White House Correspondents' Dinner to happen again at some point in the next 30 days. He also called on the country to, quote, resolve our differences. Jessica.
Gabe, I am very struck by what he said about the message of unity and resolving differences, and saying that everybody in that room tonight was united. And it, of course, comes on the heels of a long, contentious relationship between President Trump and the press. We know that he has hurled many insults toward press. He's called women piggy. He has said that reporters are nasty and ugly. I wonder, after hearing the President's words tonight from the briefing room, as he talked about we were all sort of united tonight, how that message struck you and how it is striking other correspondents tonight.
It was, there's an interesting dichotomy with the President. Certainly he has a very contentious relationship with many reporters and with the press in general. His supporters will argue that he is very accessible, and indeed he does take phone calls from reporters quite often. On a variety of issues. He has many press conferences, holds many what we call gaggles, short informal conversations with reporters. Still, though, the President does make it a habit of being very confrontational with the press. We didn't hear any of that tonight. There was a sense in that room where we were awaiting the President's remarks. Certainly, we were very curious as to what tone he might have. This is, of course, the first White House Correspondents Association dinner that the President has attended while in office. He had previously gone to 2 dinners before he took office as a private citizen. And the President he talked about that early in his remarks in the briefing room here in the West Wing just a short time ago. He said that he planned to get up there and rip the press, and that he probably that message wouldn't be very well received after tonight's events, and that he probably would deliver a very boring speech if this event were to indeed happen and be rescheduled. But certainly this was not anything, this was certainly the last thing people in that room wanted to see. As I dove down to the ground as the Secret Service was bolting into that room, I could hear at least one person next to me say, "Not tonight." Of all nights, this was a night where it was, there was bipartisan. There was a sense of wanting the president there and hearing his message. He was there by invitation. There were numerous cabinet officials, some sitting in my table and in other tables as well. And it was a night to honor the First Amendment, also to honor scholarships and to distribute scholarships. So it was a sense that this really was just incredible shame that this had to happen, and a sense of gratitude, however, that no one lost their lives on what otherwise could have been a very tragic night, Jessica.
That's right. Grateful that everybody, for the most part, came away safe, that Secret Service agent who was shot was, according to President Trump, saved by his bulletproof vest, and we wish him a speedy recovery. Gabe Gutierrez reporting live for us tonight, still in his tuxedo from the White House Correspondents Dinner. Thank you so much. I think that's been one of the most striking images tonight, is seeing the reporters in their gowns, in their tuxedos, who were supposed to enjoy a nice night out, an honor to be at that dinner, really, as a member of the press, who jumped into action to report on a very difficult story that they found themselves as a witness to and at the center at. And one of our correspondents who is in that position is NBC's Julie Sirkin. She was also at that dinner. Let's go back to Julie. And Julie, I'm wondering what your biggest takeaways were tonight from what the president has said, but let me start with what's happening with you and around you outside the hotel right now.
I'll start off with when the president had said the Secret Service response, the law enforcement response, praising the swift response, and you could see it still around me now. There are law enforcement vehicles moving in and out. You see that large law enforcement vehicle behind me. We're not quite sure what it's here to do, but perhaps to process the scene. It was looking to pull into a parking spot that is a little bit closer to the Hilton, which is in my far right corner. And I'll also tell you, we've seen members of U.S. Capitol Police. Right now, I'm looking at an officer who's wearing a U.S. Capitol Police vest. I'm not sure if you could see him because this whole area is still extremely blocked off. And Corey, I talked about this a little bit with Tom, but now probably 10, 15 minutes ago, I watched somebody in a car pull up to this barricade. They are not allowed to drive through. This has been blocked off all the way, multiple blocks down this way, because the hotel is in this direction where the dinner was held. And yet this person in their car was asked who they were. They seemed to say the Minnesota councilwoman, the First Lady of the United States. They cursed, and then they put their foot on the gas pedal and drove right through the police barricade. I watched an officer get in their car and chase them, but it just shows you how sensitive this situation is, that it's still extremely active. Corey, we were talking, Jessica, excuse me, it's been a long day of coverage. We were talking earlier about the response, about the fact that this dinner potentially could have still gone on. What I heard from the president, and I was at the White House earlier today, he was getting ready for this night, as Gabe had said, his first dinner as president after a contentious relationship with the press tonight, talking about the way that he saw the unified response in the crowd. I told you earlier I was walking out with Congressman Jamie Raskin, who looked at me and said the show must go on, in a similar fashion that the president later posted on social media. This is a heightened environment. There is no doubt about it. In some cases, to some extent, people are used to it. They prepare more for it. Secret Service was preparing for it. But as you saw in that video, when you saw that individual charge at them, this was a dinner that just began. I was talking to my colleague, Jose Diaz-Balart, to my right. We just started eating the salad. The president was going to take the stage and speak shortly after the White House Correspondents Association president spoke. And then I heard what sounded like gunshots. I was that close to that part of the room. And then my colleagues told us to get under the table. As I mentioned earlier, I heard Secret Service or police, now I know, footsteps on the table. They were getting out the VIPs, getting out the lawmakers. We've seen a flood of posts from lawmakers thanking the response there tonight. It was chaotic, and yet it seemed like it was under control, even when there were so many unanswered questions in the room. And right now, as we're standing here and this whole area is still blocked off, we are seeing people trying to get to their homes. One man was just jogging through, had his headphones on. He was stopped by police. He didn't mean to go through this barricade, but then, as I just told you, there was somebody in a car who intentionally drove through. So this is, while they have apprehended that one suspect they say was involved in this case, this is still a very tense situation. I should tell you, the person in the car that ran through here, that happened minutes after the DC chief of police, after the mayor finished speaking, again, feet from where I am now. And we asked them for a response, and immediately they didn't have one. So just still a very active situation here. The president saying this dinner will happen again. I was talking to somebody who works in the hotel who said they're meeting on Monday to determine which date. But just a very raw situation out here outside of the Washington Hilton, where there's still a lot of crime scene tape, a lot of caution tape, and a lot of processing of the scene taking place. Jessica?
Julie, thank you so much. Stand by because we will come back to you in our next hour. But for now, we want to go to NBC News law enforcement analyst and former ATF special agent in charge, Jim Kavanaugh. Jim, thank you for being with us for this special report tonight. Where to even begin? Let me start with your initial thoughts and where this investigation is at this moment.
Well, I think we just have to look at the events as they unfolded. So we have a criminal actor who checks into the hotel. The hotel is not secured from anybody bringing a gun in there. You could bring a gun in your baggage as you check into the hotel. Nobody's searching you. So he checks into the hotel. He could easily bring in firearms. He had a shotgun, a handgun, and he had some knives and sharp-edged weapons. The security perimeter established by the Secret Service is inside the hotel, and that's where we see the assailant charge through the magnetometer. And magnetometers, we've had a lot of experience dealing with assailants at magnetometers over the years, but I've had cases where people come up to the magnetometer, like in a courthouse, and just kill the two deputies that are manning the magnetometer, and then they just walk through the thing and it buzzes, but so what? There's nobody there. They're dead. This guy chose to charge past the magnetometer. The video's a little fuzzy, but it looks like he has a long gun, probably a shotgun, and it fires at a uniformed Secret Service division officer who kind of steps back or goes back as he's going by. That's probably the officer who was struck in the vest. Mm-hmm. He's lucky he's alive because, if that shotgun blast had been a little higher, even one shotgun pellet to the face can be fatal. So that officer's very lucky. The vest saved him. And then other officers tackled the assailant, and the assailant was not shot, according to the commanders who were on the scene there. So he was not near the ballroom door. They got him at the lobby below the entrance to the ballroom door, so the security worked. But the Washington Hilton, of course, it's famous or it's infamous for the place where Ronald Reagan was shot by John Hinckley in 1981. And I was on a Secret Service detail in 1981 when John Hinckley tried to penetrate it here in Nashville and tried to kill Jimmy Carter. He had 3 guns on him, and he couldn't get through our security that day, and he got arrested at the Nashville airport with the 3 pistols, and he shot Ronald Reagan 6 months later. So these assailants get very determined. This guy, clearly, he had the 3 guns. He checked in. He waited till the dinner started. We don't know clearly his motive. Was his target only the president? Was it, officials of the government? Was it just mass murder to make a scene, with a terror motive? Terrorism at its base is theater. And you're not going to get any more theater in the world than the Washington's White House Correspondents Dinner. That's going to be widely seen through the world. So it's a place for terrorist theater. So that could be a motivation here. We don't know if he's a lone wolf. There's a lot of people saying that, or I like to call him a lone mad dog. We really don't know that yet. Was he sent by others? Did he have handlers? Was he financed by someone? Is he a member of a terrorist group? We don't really know. I think it's too preliminary right now to find that out. Agents are in California doing the search of his apartment. There should be some answers there. Maybe he's posted some on his digital media, and we can learn his innermost thoughts, leading up to this attack. But clearly, if he came from California in the last few days, they'll be able to find that out pretty easy. But by checking into that Washington Hilton, for the White House Correspondents Dinner, he's got a purpose. probably terror, mass murder, maybe attack the president or the cabinet. It's certainly a great theater for him.
Yes, a room full of hundreds and hundreds of high-ranking officials, the president, the nation's top correspondents and press teams. Jim, we know that authorities are searching this man's residence in California right now, but we have learned he has no record and he was not on the radar of any local law enforcement. Correct me if I'm wrong. It seems not typical that somebody who attempts to be in this kind of situation, create such chaos and potentially mass murder in a situation like this is not even on the radar of anybody. How typical is that, and how could he have gone unchecked?
Well, you're exactly right, but we are in a place in the world right now where the world is on fire. I mean, we have major events going on in the world. We have a war in Europe and Ukraine. We have a war in Lebanon with Hezbollah and Israel. We have the Iran war. We have a naval blockades. I mean, the world is in strife, and this affects people's lives, and they react to it. You know, sometimes we see people who are on the edges of those attacks. We saw a recent one where a Jewish community center was attacked because the guy's family was killed by an Israeli strike in Lebanon. Even though his family was members of Hezbollah, he wanted to retaliate against the Jewish community. So we don't know if this is related to any world events at all. We don't know. But we do know that world events can affect people, and it can affect them, you know, to act out in criminal and violent ways. Even if they don't have a prior criminal record, they can be affected. So we need to look for that here. We need to see, you know, what changed in this assailant's life, what motivated him, you know, to go to this dinner at this time to make this particular attack. There's some reason for it. Every crime has a reason. There's no crime without motive. He's got a motive, and we need to uncover it and to see if there's any Confederates, associates, co-conspirators, financiers that might have pushed him to it, or is it all, you know, wrapped in his head in some kind of grudge he's developed, and he wants to attack and get everybody to pay attention to him.
Jim, always appreciate your expertise and your insight and your vast knowledge about these sort of things. Stay with us, please. For now, we want to go to White House correspondent Monica Alba, who was at that dinner. Monica, you're still in your gown from the dinner. You're joining us from our bureau. What are you hearing from your sources?
Yeah, Jessica, and just to recap a little bit of what you were just discussing there, I mean, the fact that the President of the United States was at this dinner a number of hours ago, then was moved to the White House where he did deliver those remarks. And here we are sitting and talking about this at the time when typically this dinner would have been wrapping up had it gone on as normal, as traditional, where the president would have made a lengthy speech we expect tonight. But of course, these are very, very different circumstances after everything that unfolded. And the president himself made news and shared, of course, some new details when he did brief reporters and take questions just a short time ago, revealing that he had even spoken with the officer who he says was shot in the chest earlier this evening. He said he had been able to speak with him, that he was doing great, that he's in great shape and has very high spirits, and he's a very proud guy. Now, this is a president who has typically now, when we have seen certain crimes and alleged crimes take place, he is one of the first people sometimes to share the information, the images, the video, and what he has posted on his social media account certainly was that. Before then, he came before cameras and was able to detail a little bit more of this information. And the president even said, Jessica, that he has studied now assassination attempts and plots, given that he has been the subject of at least two. Now, it is too early to say, and the president acknowledged that, what the target was of this intended violence tonight, where this was potentially heading. There will be a very lengthy, we expect, investigation into all of that, and there will be time to analyze all of that. But the president did put that into this context, given what he has experienced. He was asked specifically tonight whether he goes around sort of operating in his daily life nervous that this is a possibility, that this is something that he could confront, as he did, obviously, when he was still a candidate back in 2024 during that rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. And he said that it is something that he lives with, but that he did feel that this event was less secure potentially than he would have wanted it to be. And just to paint a bit of a picture of that for our audience, this was a situation where you needed to flash a paper ticket basically to get on the grounds of the Washington Hilton, the hotel itself. But you could enter the lobby without going through a security screening, without going through what you would encounter at an airport or at a mass sporting event or at a concert. That part of the security was further down into the depths of the Hilton, and you had to only access the ballroom through a couple of levels, and it was at that last level where you did have to go through magnetometers and have your bags reviewed and be searched in the way you would always be if you were going to be attending an event with the president or with a very high-profile U.S. government official or otherwise. And so the president did seem to raise questions about that. He did imply that he wanted there to be a very long investigation looking at what could have been some security flaws here. But I have to tell you, Jessica, that when you are in a room like this with the President of the United States, that is typically when you feel you could be in a very safe environment, given the level of security, given the presence of agents, given all of the thought that would go into an event like this. And in the moment when it was unclear what the shots that had rung out, what they were, in that instance where we heard the pop, 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 there was a moment where it was unclear, but when you did see so many different agents and officers spring into action to remove the VIPs in the room, to remove the lawmakers, the cabinet officials, Speaker Johnson and his wife were right behind the table where we were sitting, and they were taken out. You saw Whip Emmer also removed from the room fairly quickly, and others in different directions. Certainly when you're in a venue like this, there are a lot of different exit points and entrance points because of just what a massive quantity of people are in this ballroom. So in terms of what was happening in the moment, there were a lot of questions, obviously, and it took a long time before we could figure out exactly what had occurred. But they did react very quickly in getting everyone out. But President Trump making that point tonight, Jessica, that he does think that there are problems with the way that obviously this was handled, though he was pleased with how quickly those officers were able to respond to the suspect and were able to apprehend him. And now, of course, again, there will be a very lengthy inquiry into exactly what may have led up to this. But the fact that it does appear this individual was a guest of the hotel. There were guests of the hotel that were milling about the lobby, that were able to be around this dinner and with quite close proximity to those security checkpoints. But in terms of sort of where this goes from here, it was interesting that the president was asked whether this is something that sort of factors into the way that he's going to approach other events or change his habits. We should point out that after the Butler shooting, the Secret Service did make a lot of changes about the way that President Trump makes decisions about where he appears and how. In fact, they added bulletproof glass anywhere where he's going to be outdoors, for instance. And we saw some other changes and other changes that they wouldn't detail because they don't want to get into the specifics of some of that security operation footprint that you can expect. But I wouldn't be surprised, Jessica, if now there are additional potential even shifts or changes, or at a very minimum discussions about what might change about his security imprint here.
And Monica, we do know that the president in his remarks earlier did use this as sort of a platform to pitched the importance of his $400 million ballroom, saying that it would be more secure than a place like the Washington Hilton. And we know that this all now does raise new questions about security at any hotel. If this person who was a guest at the hotel was able to be that close to these dignitaries, these VIPs, the president and the first lady and the cabinet, certainly a lot of questions and a lot more investigation. Monica, please stand by because we have a lot more reporting to do in the next hour. But for now, let's bring in NBC's legal affairs reporter Gary Grumbach, who is outside the Washington Hilton right now. But Gary, you were inside the room as well when this panic and chaos erupted. What can you tell us?
Yeah, just to give everyone a sense of what the Washington Hilton's ballroom sort of looks like, right? There's this main floor. That's one of the places where Monica was sitting. And then on the right side, there is a sort of an elevated area. And I was sitting sort of on the elevated area on the right side. So I had a bit of a bird's eye view as to what was happening across the entire ballroom. And after the shots allegedly rang out, we saw dozens of members of Secret Service, dozens of members of federal law enforcement rushing in from the back of the room towards the dais where the president, the vice president, and members of the White House Correspondents Association were seated. And they were also going towards the secretaries and the members of the cabinet that were seated across the ballroom. And then, I'm sorry, what was that?
Gary, go ahead. I'm talking to a producer. I apologize.
Oh. All good. And then so there was, once we were in there, it was about an hour or so when there was a lot of confusion, as Monica was talking about, a lot of chaos, and not entirely sure what exactly was going on outside of the ballroom, because of course we're all journalists inside the room, so many of us had our phones out and we were recording what was happening inside. But it really wasn't until we saw the videos that were posted by President Trump and the photos that were posted by President Trump on Truth Social that we really got a sense of exactly what happened and how it happened. Of course, when we talk about the investigation, those videos and those photos are going to be crucial to this. And as we know, this suspect, as the U.S. Attorney here in D.C., Jeanine Pirro, mentioned, will be appearing for his initial appearance in Washington, D.C. in federal court on Monday. That is a typical process. Anytime anybody is charged with a crime here in Washington, D.C., they do make an initial appearance if it's a federal crime in federal court. And then after that, there will be a decision as to whether or not he's going to plead guilty or not guilty, and then whether or not he is detained pending trial. Certainly with an incident like this, when there was a firearm involved, very often the prosecutor's office will ask for the individual to be detained, and very often the federal judge will agree with that assessment because of the serious nature that could have happened here in this instance. Of course, it is of great credit to the law enforcement here to ensure that more damage was not done in this incident.
Yeah, Gary, I keep coming back to the video of really that swift movement of the Secret Service and really powerful and extraordinary images of getting the president, of course, the First Lady, all the dignitaries and all the VIPs on stage at that head table. It really just remarkable how, yes, it looked chaotic and it looked panicked, but also it looked incredibly controlled. And I imagine that you will all at least felt quite safe in that moment that things were being handled. We have about 20 seconds before we head into a new report.
Yeah. Real quick, this is something they train for, right? This is exactly the kind of incident that they train for, and so certainly they were prepared for something like this to happen.
Gary, thank you so much. Great reporting. Please stand by as we prepare for a new special report at the top of the hour. Hi, I'm Jessica Layton in New York. It is the top of the hour, and we've been following breaking news of a shooting incident outside the White House Correspondents Dinner in Washington, D.C. The president was forced to evacuate, and he was not injured, along with the First Lady and members of his cabinet who were also attending. The president saying he heard a loud noise and thought it was the sound of a tray dropping and was quickly rushed off that stage. Here is what we know right now. Officials say a lone gunman armed with multiple weapons breached a security checkpoint in the lobby and was apprehended. The suspect fired a shot using a long gun, and a Secret Service agent was injured. The president saying he was shot in the chest but was saved by his bulletproof vest and is doing well. That Secret Service agent is being treated at a local hospital. The suspect is also being evaluated at a hospital but was not hit by gunfire. Police say there is no active danger to the public now. We are learning some new information right now about the suspect. Officials say he is a man in his early 30s who lives in California. He was a guest at the Washington Hilton where that event was being held, but we're told he has no record and was not on the radar of any local law enforcement. Officials say the suspect will face several federal charges and will be arraigned in court on Monday. The president spoke at the White House after he was evacuated. Here is some of what he had to say about the event. All right, we are going to have that a little later in this hour, but for now, let's go to NBC's Gabe Gutierrez, who was at the dinner He is still joining us in his tuxedo tonight. Gabe, we know it's been a long night for you. Glad you and all of our colleagues are okay. What are you hearing from your sources at this hour?
Well, certainly, Jessica, this was something that no one wanted to see happen at this dinner. A dinner meant to bring journalists together, and also members of the administration. The president, of course, not having gone to a previous White House Correspondents Association dinner while in office. This was the first time that he was set to attend, the first time that he was set to speak. And inside the room, hundreds of journalists as well as administration officials had been waiting to hear his remarks. This had happened very early on in the dinner. The Star-Spangled Banner had just played. The president of the White House Correspondents Association had just spoken and welcomed everyone to the dinner. The president was sitting on stage along with the First Lady and also Vice President J.D. Vance. In the table next to me, Secretary of State Marco Rubio was there, as well as the Energy Secretary. Also, Secretary Doug Burgum was at my table as well. And as you see on the video right there, this all happened very suddenly, and there was a lot of confusion inside the room as Secret Service agents stormed into the room and started going to each of the high-level cabinet officials and protecting them as they whisked away the president. It was by the time I had turned around, the president had already been whisked out of the room. Now, it was a very fast developing situation. There was some confusion about whether the event would go on as planned. In the moments following that, the president of the White House Correspondents Association, Weijia Jiang, went on and said that they were trying to figure out what would happen next, and then came out and made the announcement that following protocol, the president would actually leave the venue and that he wished to have this dinner again in the next 30 days. Now, then we came here to the White House, hence why I'm still in my dress clothes and the tuxedo, and members of the White House press corps were able to hear from the president directly, as well as the Attorney General and the FBI director and other members of the administration. The president gave a little bit more information about the suspect, as you described him, a man in his 30s, which, by the way, now investigators are combing through his apartment in California. He's not been publicly identified by name, but the president posting those pictures that you're seeing on your screen, as well as that security footage of the suspect allegedly running through that security checkpoint. The president using this opportunity to argue why a secure venue is needed here at the White House. He used it as an opportunity to argue why he wants to build his ballroom inside the White House, funded by private donations, but has been very controversial and has temporarily been at least halted by the courts. But the president saying that the Washington Hilton, where the Correspondents' Dinner was being held, was not a particularly secure building in his view. Now, for those of viewers just joining us and just seeing this footage that you see there on your screen, that security checkpoint was on a different floor than the actual ballroom and was not very close to the ballroom itself, and that is why law enforcement officials, both local and federal, have been saying that this is what worked, that the security checkpoint was able to detect this potential gunman, and when he ran past it, they were able to act very quickly, as you see in that video. Still, the president saying that overall this wasn't a very secure building. He was asked several questions that made him reflect a little bit about political violence in this country. Of course, the president, the target of previous assassination attempts, and the president saying that he believed that while he didn't say he was specifically the target in this case, but that in previous assassination attempts, or that he could be a target because he is a very consequential political figure, and that because he has done so much, then he could potentially be a target here. When it comes to law enforcement, they're not ascribing any political motivation to this just yet. The president saying that he believes this to be a lone wolf, and indeed we heard that confirmed by the DC police chief who said that there doesn't appear to be any general threat to the public here, and that he was acting alone. But certainly there will be a lot of questions in the coming hours and days about how he brought his weapon into the Washington Hilton. We did hear from local officials that he was staying at that hotel. Unclear if he may have assembled his weapon in his room, brought it in previously. When did he decide to go downstairs and go into that security checkpoint? And indeed, whether he was targeting the president, whether he was targeting cabinet officials, whether he may have been wanted to cause damage and hurt journalists in that room, that is all unclear at this point. It is remarkable, though. No lives were lost here. That is something that the journalists in that room, including myself, are very grateful for. And on a night where it was a very energetic night, eager to hear the president speak, unfortunately it ended in gunfire, but thankfully no lives were lost, Jessica.
Yeah, Gabe, as a reporter covering the president, you do often feel that wherever the president is the safest place to be on any given day, given the security and the protocols that are in place. Can you give us a sense, and I know we spoke about this earlier, but we're in a new hour of coverage, give us a sense of the type of security, the layers that you had to go through to get from outside the hotel inside the ballroom?
Well, the Washington Correspondents Association Dinner is a very extremely high-profile event in Washington, even more so when the president does attend. As I mentioned, the president had not attended last year. He did attend this year. But whenever a president of the United States attends any event, it is high security, the utmost security type of event. Tonight in particular, the Washington Hilton is an old facility. It has a lot of different entrances. There is a large perimeter around the Washington Hilton because there were also a significant number of protesters, not just because of the war in Iran. In previous years, there have been the Israel-Hamas war. There were protesters, I remember last year, and so it can be difficult to get in. Usually when you go, if you arrive at transportation, you're dropped off several blocks away, and you have to walk in. They check your tickets before you enter the actual building. Once you're there, can be very crowded. There is a metal detector well before you get into the actual ballroom. Only one set of metal detectors. There's multiple metal detectors for different entrances, but everyone goes through them and they ask to see your tickets. If you look at that video that the president posted, it appears that this suspect barged through that metal detector, and he was quickly stopped by Secret Service agents. Now, when did this actually happen during the dinner? The reason you don't see, many other people going through that checkpoint is because the dinner had already started. There may have been people nearby, perhaps using the restroom on a different floor, but the actual dinner was underway. It was during the salad course. Again, everyone had been welcomed. Everyone had heard the Star-Spangled Banner being played, and so we were awaiting the president to give remarks in not a very long time. But this all just happened very suddenly. But very, very tight security. The U.S. Attorney, Janine Pirro, as well as other federal law enforcement officials, they are stressing that the Secret Service did their job in this case and saved many lives, even though one of them did take one gunshot to his body armor, to his bulletproof vest, and he's recovering and expected to be okay.
Yeah, the video of Secret Service swiftly evacuating everyone at that head table is truly remarkable. Gabe Gutierrez, thanks so much. The president spoke at the White House after being evacuated. Here's some of what he had to say about what happened tonight.
One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun. And the vest did the job. I just spoke to the officer, and he's doing great. He's in great shape. He has very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him. And he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does, Secret Service agent. And we looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight, and I will say, it's not a particularly secure building, and I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's drone-proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before. But everyone owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to the courage of law enforcement, the law enforcement, and working with the D.C. police. And we just spoke with the mayor. And when we're finished, the police chief is going to take over and discuss it also from their viewpoint. But they also performed exactly as they were supposed to. And you see the attacker in different positions, but you also see the attacker totally subdued and under control. So as you know, this is not the first time in the past couple of years that our republic has been attacked by a would-be assassin who sought to kill. In Butler, Pennsylvania, less than 2 years ago, you all know that story. And in Palm Beach, Florida, a few months after that, we came close. We really had, again, we had some great work done by law enforcement. But in light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts in resolving our difference peacefully. We have to resolve our differences. I will say, you had Republicans, Democrats, independents, conservatives, liberals, and progressives. Those words are interchangeable, perhaps, but maybe they're not. But yet everybody in that room, big crowd, record-setting crowd. There was a record-setting group of people. And there was a tremendous amount of love and coming together. I watched, and I was very, very impressed by that. But First Lady and I were taken very well care of, very quickly rushed off the stage. Vice President J.D. Vance, who's here, was likewise beautifully done. He was just saying how quickly everybody acted, law enforcement, Secret Service in particular in this case, but law enforcement. Marco had the same thing. Pete was there. Pete didn't want any help. He didn't want anybody to help him. He doesn't want anybody to help him, but he did get some, didn't you? And I think you also said that it was very impressive.
The president speaking from the White House briefing room shortly after he was evacuated from the White House Correspondents Dinner after a shooting at the Washington Hilton. The president, as you see there, is safe. The rest of his cabinet is safe. A Secret Service agent was shot in the chest, but the president says he was saved by his bulletproof vest and is doing well. The president in that soundbite there praising law enforcement and saying that we need to recommit to resolving differences. Let's bring back White House correspondent Monica Alba, who was also at that dinner. Monica, I wonder what struck you about the president's remarks tonight.
What was really notable, Jessica, is also just in the timeline of all of this, the fact that the Secret Service did decide to hold the president at the Hilton for a length of time to determine what could take place next. And this is actually a hotel that, for a terrible historic reason, has actually increased security because it is the site of where there was the shooting many years ago in the 80s. That is actually why the name of the briefing room where the president was speaking from is named after the man who was shot, Hinckley. That is why, who shot him. So the history here that you actually just see is notable for many different reasons. But in terms of what we're talking about with the president and the timing of all of this, the fact that they were holding there, they were waiting and trying to figure out whether there was any instance in which potentially this dinner could resume does tell you also a lot about how fast moving this was and how they were still trying to get information in real time to also see whether they could move the president or not. And eventually they did move him back to the White House. And it really stood out to me, Jessica, to see all of the people who were with him in the briefing room. The fact that First Lady Melania Trump was with him, was standing there just off the screen, which the president acknowledged, is interesting because she's someone who doesn't speak publicly very often, but in a recent documentary that was released, she shared her own security concerns, specifically when she was talking about whether she wanted to get out of the motorcade at the inaugural parade last year, and saying that she had some concerns about that because you never know who could be around and whether some of those areas might be secured in the way that she wanted them to be. And so the fact that she was there, obviously, at this event sitting next to the president, she was rushed out the same way that he was, and then she was there in the briefing room. It seemed this was sort of a united front that the administration wanted to present. But to have the president, the first lady, the secretary of state, the DHS secretary, the FBI director, all of these different people standing there was really just a very unique moment. That is not something that you see very often. So just from that perspective, that of course stood out to us. But also the president talking about the fact that he wants to see this event rescheduled. He wants to see this go forward. It does sound like from the White House Correspondents Association, this is something that in the next 30 days or so could take place again. It's unclear logistically exactly where that would happen or how that would happen and what work would have to go into that in terms of some of the security concerns that we have been discussing. But the president did indicate that he was excited to be there tonight. He was supposed to be making remarks at some point and said that he still at some point wanted to do that. So we'll see if that actually takes place. But I do think now in terms of the investigation and where this goes from here, that is going to be a major focus of the administration. And you did have the president bringing up his $400 million ballroom project that he is working on right now. It is facing some legal hurdles at the White House, but he's arguing that events like the one tonight could be hosted there potentially, or other events of that caliber, he says, and he argues, for security reasons. But at the same time, Jessica, the president really tried to talk about this from the perspective that he doesn't necessarily live every day concerned that he could be facing another assassination attempt, even though he has faced several, even though we don't know all the details or the motive of tonight's intended violence. But he did reveal that he's been studying assassination plots. He has looked at them since the shooting in Butler, Pennsylvania 2 years ago, and that this is something that is on his mind, but that he says he can't let it control his life or really affect some of his day-to-day decisions, even though I think it is probably safe to say that there will be amplified security discussions and conversations about what might happen here and what might change in the wake of this.
Monica Alba reporting from our bureau in D.C., still in your gown from the event. It just goes to show the very quick turn that this evening took for all of the press across the nation. Monica, thank you. Let's go back to NBC News law enforcement analyst and former ATF special agent in charge, Jim Kavanaugh. Jim, this guy, we're told, is from California. We know that law enforcement is searching the residence in California right now. No criminal record and was not known to any law enforcement department. How does somebody like this fly under the radar?
Well, you know, what's going on for this guy, Jessica, may all be in his mind. Hopefully some of it he's posted on his computer, on his in his digital life, his phone, however he uses the web. So that may uncover some of his motives in the lead up to the event. Also, you know, we don't know right now if he's a lone mad dog actor. We really don't know. Nobody really can know this early because we just don't have enough facts. The search at his house in California may turn that up. You know, these guys can be pushed to things too. They can think they're members of groups, you know, worldwide through the web. They're members of terrorist groups, or they're members sympathetic to foreign governments who may be at war with the United States or at odds with the United States. And they can grasp onto those communities and try to be a part of it. Or they could be suffering just a serious mental breakdown. Or they could just want, you know, they have a grudge against the United States or the government or the president or who knows. Or they just want to create a mass murder event at the White House Correspondents Dinner, which the world can be focused on, was focused on tonight. So it is a place where a person would get a lot of attention, you know, if they were to succeed or even not succeed. Look at this guy, he failed. Whether he was after the president, the cabinet, or just a mass murder attack, he failed. And look at all the attention he's already achieved. Imagine if he had succeeded in killing a lot of people or one of our leaders. So this is why events like this have to be strongly secured. And it is difficult to secure a big hotel like that. I've been on those Secret Service details in those big hotels. It's tough. It takes a lot of people. And it's not like the White House and the grounds of the White House, which are permanently secured by the service.
Jim, I'm sorry to interrupt. Jim, I apologize to interrupt. We have some brand new video, and it kind of speaks to your point about Secret Service. This is J.D. Vance, Vice President, being rushed out from that head table on stage, followed by the president as well. You can see really the chaos and the swift movement, though, that the Secret Service takes to get these high-ranking officials, these dignitaries, the president and the vice president, out of harm's way, behind the curtain. You talked about being on these security details before. First, your reaction to the methodical way in which this was all orchestrated tonight and the way that they were able to get them out to safety so quickly.
Well, they did a good job doing that, moving the president and the vice president out, and other cabinet members have protection details as well, and they were moved out. But you know what you worry about on these details, what the service worries about, is multiple attackers. You know, we're looking at the security movement from one failed attacker. He didn't even breach the first line of security. And you know, you always have in your mind, well, what if there's multiple attackers? And they're coming at you from all different angles. What if there's a bomb attack, explosive attack? I mean, there's a lot to plan for and keep track of. You know, many years ago, the IRA put a bomb in a hotel in Brighton, England, a year prior to Margaret Thatcher going to speak there. They knew she was going to speak there in a year because it was scheduled. And so they went into the hotel, and in the wall, they planted a bomb on a time delay for a year. Now, luckily, it was found and disarmed, and she wasn't injured. But think about the planning and the diabolical attempt on the life of a political leader by a terrorist group who wanted to kill her. So when you're the service here and you're acting on this guy, you know, when you're one of the commanders there, the special agent in charge of the White House detail there, you're worried about that. You're worried about multiple attackers, not just the one guy you know about, but are they coming at you each which way? And so it's very tough to secure that building when none of the guests in the building have been screened. You could come into the hotel without being screened, and this is clearly how the assailant got in there with the guns, because he wasn't screened. He was a guest in the hotel.
Right, and we're not sure.
With a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives.
We're not sure how long he had been at that hotel. That is certainly something that we hope to learn from this investigation. But yes, inside the hotel with guns. Jim Kavanaugh, always appreciate your expertise and your perspective in these situations. Thank you so much. We want to go back to NBC's legal affairs reporter, Gary Grumbach, who is outside the Washington Hilton. Gary, you were inside the room as well as this was happening. What are your sources telling you just a few hours now removed from the evacuation?
Yeah, I want to talk through, kind of pick up where Jim left off there and talk about what the next steps are for this suspect. This individual, who we believe is a 31-year-old from the state of California, that's according to the president, is going to be, according to U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro, making his arraignment and his initial appearance on Monday here in federal court in D.C. Now, charges have yet to be actually filed in the federal docket, but she says there's going to be at least 2 charges filed, including 1, use of a firearm during the commission of a crime, and 2, assault on a federal officer using a dangerous weapon. Of course, we do know that there was at least 1 federal agent that was injured during this incident. We don't exactly know how they were shot, but they were indeed shot. So that will happen on Monday. Basically, what will happen is this individual will go before a federal judge here in Washington, D.C. He will either plead guilty or not guilty, and then the judge will decide whether or not to remand him pending the rest of the trial. And as as this case plays out. Prosecutors in this case, given these types of charges, will very likely ask for the individual to be kept behind bars while this plays out. Judges in this sort of situations are also very likely to agree with prosecutors when this type of situation happens, but certainly a lot to investigate. The good thing about this happening, if there is any sort of silver lining to this, is that it happened in a hotel, and there are a lot of security cameras in and around the Washington Hilton. So there is a lot to be able to look at, whether it's from the hotel room that we now understand that he did have at the Washington Hilton, from the hallway outside of that, from the lobby area, exactly what his movements were before this incident, perhaps even in the days leading up to this incident, depending on when exactly he checked in to the Washington Hilton. So a lot for investigators to look into here as this investigation is just beginning.
Yeah, an investigation that we know, Gary, will span both coasts, right? Because you have the law enforcement searching the home in California right now and everything happening on the East Coast in D.C. Can you give us a sense from prior experience, what sort of things are they looking for in that home right now?
So in the home in California, or the apartment in California, wherever this individual does end up living, what they're going to be looking for is any signs of motive, right? They don't know why this man did this right now. Apparently, he's not being particularly chatty with law enforcement at the moment. So they're going to be looking for any notes left, right? Like Jim Kavanaugh was saying, anything digital evidence. Are there phones that were left? Are there computers that were left in California? Is there anything, this is something they do very often, they look through the trash, right? Because if you're trying to hide something, you put it in the trash. Well, they're going to look through that trash and try to see what could be in there. Maybe there's receipts for bullets. Maybe there's receipts for a firearm, or even for a plane ticket to get from California to the Washington, D.C. area. Of course, we don't know whether he flew or drove here. That is still something that is all part of the investigation. But they're going to look through that whole house, and they're also going to talk to family members, right? Did mom or dad know anything about this incident? Are there any brothers or sisters or significant others that knew that perhaps he was upset with the political climate? Perhaps he was upset with journalists, right? We don't know exactly who he was targeting inside this room, but it was a room filled with political individuals and with journalists, right? And so that was certainly something that investigators will also be looking into, Jessica.
Gary, I think you're one of the first to say tonight that you've heard that he's not being particularly chatty with law enforcement. What else are you hearing about the questioning going on in D.C. at the moment?
So this is the kind of thing that happens on a regular basis. Anytime somebody is taken in for questioning, they're generally speaking, and I want to be general here because we don't know where this individual is taking, they're generally speaking brought to the Washington field office of the FBI, and that is where their questioning would go on. This is going to be with investigators, right? Because this is a federal crime, and certainly because this involved the president, because this involved such high-profile individuals, every bit of law enforcement from the federal level is being used to make sure this individual is properly given the rights he is afforded, but also questioned in the proper ways as well. So that's the kind of thing that would happen at Washington field office in the first several hours after this individual was taken into custody.
Gary, last question. In terms of that video that we are sure is at the hotel, how quickly does it take for law enforcement to get the warrant to be able to view that? Is it instantaneous in a situation like this?
So this is the sort of thing where it is an instantaneous situation where they do need a warrant to be able to look into anywhere, for example, to look into any of his bags or his belongings. But because it's hotel property, they are able to, if the hotel allows them to, which I'm sure the Washington Hilton would be willing to do this in this situation, open the door to his hotel room and allow them to do that.
Chilling, though, that given all the security, all the layers that you all had to go through to get into this ballroom for that dinner tonight, that this person was allegedly in that hotel with so many weapons. Gary Grumbach, thank you so much for your great reporting tonight. The president spoke at the White House shortly after he was evacuated from the Correspondents' Dinner at the Washington Hilton Hotel. Let's listen in to what he had to say.
Well, thank you very much. That was very unexpected, but incredibly acted upon by Secret Service and law enforcement. And this was an event dedicated to freedom of speech that was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press. And in a certain way it did, because the fact that they just unified, I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was in one way very beautiful, a very beautiful thing to see a man charged a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons. And he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now, put out on Truth and put out on many other platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. Really did a great job. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun, and the vest did the job. I just spoke to the officer, and he's doing great. He's in great shape. He is has very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him, and he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does, Secret Service agent. And we looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight, and I will say, you know, it's not a particularly secure building, and I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's drone-proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different, because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before. But everyone owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to the courage of law enforcement, the law enforcement, and working with the D.C. police. And we just spoke with the mayor. And when we're finished, the police chief is going to take over and discuss it also from their viewpoint. But they also performed exactly as they were supposed to. And you see the attacker in different positions, but you also see the attacker totally subdued and under control. So as you know, this is not the first time in the past couple of years that our republic has been attacked by a would-be assassin who sought to kill. In Butler, Pennsylvania, less than 2 years ago, you all know that story. And in Palm Beach, Florida, a few months after that, we came close. We really had, again, we had some great work done by law enforcement. But in light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts in resolving our difference peacefully. We have to resolve our differences. I will say, you had Republicans, Democrats, independents, conservatives, liberals, and progressives. Those words are interchangeable, perhaps, but maybe they're not. But yet everybody in that room, big crowd, record-setting crowd. There was a record-setting group of people, and there was a tremendous amount of love and coming together. I watched, and I was very, very impressed by that. But First Lady and I were taken very well care of, very quickly rushed off the stage. Vice President J.D. Vance, who's here, was likewise beautifully done. He was just saying how quickly everybody acted, law enforcement, Secret Service in particular in this case, but law enforcement. Marco had the same thing. Pete was there. Pete didn't want any help. He didn't want anybody to help him. He doesn't want anybody to help him, but he did get some, didn't you? And I think you also said that it was very impressive. So with that, I'd like to ask Todd Blanche to come up, say a few words, and tell you it's already underway. The man has been captured. They're going to his apartment. I guess he lives in California, and he's a sick person, a very sick person, and we don't want things like this to happen. I think it's very important that I say, though, and I told the representatives of the evening, they did such a beautiful job. It was such a beautiful evening. And again, they're talking about free speech in our Constitution. That's what it's all about, not just White House Correspondents. It was really based on free speech in our Constitution. But I said very importantly that we'll do it again within the next 30 days, and we'll make it bigger and better and even nicer. So I just want to thank everybody that was involved. I also want to thank the press, the media. You've been very responsible in your coverage. I will say I've been seeing what's been out. You've been very responsible. So Todd Blanche, I'd like to say a few words, and then we're going to have cash. And then you're going to go on. We can ask, I guess we can take a couple of questions. I want to thank the First Lady that was a rather traumatic experience for her. There was a lot of action taking place up there very quickly. But again, the response time was really incredible. And we're going to reschedule. We're going to do it again. We're not going to let anybody take over our society. We're not going to cancel things out because we can't do that. We wanted to stay tonight. I will tell you, I fought like hell to stay. But it was protocol. They said, please, sir, because they didn't know there was a lot of action going on, and they didn't know could there be probably a lone shooter, but we'll find out. We'll find out very quickly. They have it very well under control. So I want to thank everybody very much. And Todd Blanche, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Tonight you saw the very worst and the very best of this country. You saw the very worst by the actions of that coward that the President just talked about. But you also saw the very best because you saw law enforcement do exactly what they're supposed to do. And you'll see the videos come out, I expect, very shortly, and you'll see law enforcement do exactly what we want them to do. And so I echo what President Trump just said, that we are extraordinarily grateful and appreciative of the men and women of law enforcement that did their jobs tonight, including one who was injured. This investigation is ongoing. I expect you will see charges filed shortly. The charges should be self-evident given the conduct, but as you'll hear, there will be multiple charges surrounding the shooting, around the possession of firearms, and anything else that we can get on this guy. The investigation is obviously ongoing and just started. There's federal law enforcement already working on search warrants and doing their job, and I don't want to get ahead of them and don't want to get ahead of the work that they're doing even as we speak. Director Patel and I were just on the crime scene a short while ago, and everybody in this room should rest assured that the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, Secret Service, everybody's on the scene doing their job. I know that the police chief is going to give an update from the scene as soon as we're finished here, and I obviously will lead the details of what they have learned to him. But in the meantime, I just want to thank everybody in this room for the courage. And I want to thank President Trump for his words, and I promise you, justice will be served. Thank you. Dr. Patel.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Mr. President. The President's absolutely right. You saw the best resolve of American law enforcement because you, Mr. President, inspire them 24/7, 365. You give them the resources that they need, and they know that you have their back. And that is a changing dynamic in this country, and that's why you saw brave Secret Service agents respond immediately, swiftly, subdue and take down the suspect, and safeguard the lives of thousands of individuals at that hotel. Thanks to our interagency partnership with the Department of Homeland Security and the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI was rapidly deployed onto the scene, took over the evidence response unit, is examining all the ballistics that were found on scene to include the long gun and the shell casings. We are conducting witness interviews as we speak. You will hear from our team on the scene there with the mayor and the head of the FBI field division there. But please know what the Attorney General has just said reigns no truer. You saw the very best of America tonight. The very best unite us at a time of uncertainty because we have leadership here with the President and the Vice President that backs law enforcement, and the men and women that I shook their hands on the scene today could not have been prouder to show up on scene. And as the Attorney General said, make no mistake, we are conducting witness interviews. If you have any information whatsoever related to this event, 1-800-CALL-FBI. 1-800-CALL-FBI. No piece of information is too small. No piece of information is inadequate. We will evaluate it all. We will also be conducting interviews of those that were there. And if any of those individuals have information, please come forward to law enforcement or the FBI or the Metropolitan Police Department. We will be examining this individual's background thoroughly. That process has already started, and we are going to ensure that he was either a lone wolf actor or anyone else that was responsible. We will analyze all evidence immediately to make sure that we safeguard this country. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you for your leadership. Attorney General and Homeland Secretary Merlin, thank you for your partnership in law enforcement.
Thank you. Okay, we'll do a couple and then we go to the chair. Madam Chairman, I just want to say you did a fantastic job. What a beautiful evening, and we're going to reschedule. And after that, it's very tough for her to ask a killer question, right? But you have done a fantastic job. Please.
Mr. President, I appreciate it. As you mentioned, it all happened so quickly. And I wonder, especially because unfortunately you have experience with these sorts of threats, in that moment when you realized there was a threat and service agents were telling us to get down, can you describe what was going through your mind, how you were feeling in that moment?
That's a very good question, actually. It's always shocking when something like this happens. It's happened to me a little bit, and that never changes. The fact, we were sitting right next to each other, the First Lady on my right, and I heard a noise and sort of thought it was a tray. I thought it was a tray going down. I've heard that many times, and it was a pretty loud noise. And it was from quite far away. He hadn't breached the area at all. They really got him. But so it was quite far away, but it was a gun. And some people really understood that pretty quickly. Other people didn't. I was watching to see what was happening. Probably should have gone down even faster. Melania was very cognizant, I think, of what happened. I think she knew immediately what happened. She was saying, that's a bad noise. And we were whisked away along with other people, but we were really whisked away. And again, the performance of the Secret Service and the police, all of the law enforcement, I thought was really good. So it was very quick. There wasn't a lot of time to be thinking, because it was a matter of seconds before we were out the door and gone into an area. We very much, and you wanted to too, we very much wanted to continue it, because I don't like to let these sick people, these thugs, these horrible, horrible people, change the fabric of our life, change the course of what we do. So we held out. You were there. We held out right till the end, but they didn't want to take a chance, and I understand it was protocol. But we're going to be doing one hopefully within the next 30 days or sooner, and I am ready, willing, and able. And I was all set to really rip it. And I said to my people, this would be the most inappropriate speech ever made if I said one. So I'll have to save it. I don't know if I could ever be as rough as I was going to be tonight. I think I'm going to be probably very nice. I'll be very boring the next time, but we're going to have a great event. And you did a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. There's a report in the New York Post that this assailant assembled his weapon somewhere on site at the hotel. What do you think about that? And I ask respectfully, why do you think this keeps happening to you?
Well, you know, I've studied assassinations, and I must tell you, the most impactful people, the people that do the most, you take a look at the people, Abraham Lincoln, I mean, you go through the people that have gone through this where they got them, but the people that do the most, the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. They don't go after the ones that don't do much because they like it that way. And when you look at the people that have either, whether it was an attempt or a successful attempt, they're very impactful people. Just take a look at the names there, the big names. And I hate to say I'm honored by that, but I've done a lot. We've done a lot. We've taken this country, and we were a laughing stock for years, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We've changed this country, and there are a lot of people that are not happy about that. So I think that's the answer, Peter.
And after Butler, Your team for a while rethought outdoor events.
Yeah.
Do you think that you now need to rethink
No.
indoor?
Well, but then you just don't do events. No, I can't do that. I have to. It is what it is. We have to do it. The room was very, very secure. He charged from 50 yards away, so he was very far away from the room.
And what do you think when you saw the video of how fast he was running?
He was moving. He was really moving. And the reaction time was great. Boy, those guys, they had their guns drawn. Literally, by the time he was there, they were shooting.
That's right.
I thought they were very impressive. And if I didn't, I'd let you know. I'm not going to be. I would not stand for that. No, I thought they were very impressive.
Thank you, President Trump, and thank you for updating us on the suspect earlier. Were you aware of any threats? Was your team aware of any threats beforehand? And do you believe you were the target of this tonight?
I guess. I mean, these people they're crazy. They're crazy, and you never know. He was very far away from me. He had to go through a lot. We had resources all over. We had resources sitting at tables, literally in disguise, sitting maybe at your table. Who knows? But we had people all over the room. So he had a long way to go. That was really a first line of defense, and they got him. And they really, they acted incredibly. No, we've had no. There was no notification. We had no idea. Go ahead, Kevin.
Do you know any political motivations from this?
Well, you never know. Now, we'll be able to tell you that maybe by tomorrow or the next day. He's in custody, and they're asking him a lot of questions. I guess they're going over, Todd, and they're already at his apartment. He lives in California.
Yes, sir.
And they're over there, so they'll be able to tell you. Thank you, Caitlin.
President Trump, did the suspect say anything, or was he wearing anything that would allege some type of motive here?
Nothing. No, I mean, he was a guy who looked pretty evil when he was down. They had him down. He was fighting hard. He was in my opinion, a sick person. Who would do that but a sick person? But I think you're going to find everything about him. No reason to talk about it now. But tomorrow at this time, long before this time, you're going to know a lot of things about him. They seem to think he was a lone wolf, and I feel that too.
Are you concerned about U.S. Secret Service protection ability? We saw several of the detailees take minutes to be escorted out of the room.
No, they acted very quickly. No, I was very impressed by Secret Service. I mean, I'm the one, and Mark Wayne, you would agree with that, I think. I'm the one that would complain. You don't have to complain for me. I would be complaining. I'd be up here right now saying they didn't do their job. Oh, believe me, because, it's my life, and I want to live because I want to make this country great. That's why I want to live. But when you're impactful, they go after you. When you're not impactful, they leave you alone. Okay, a couple of more. Go ahead, please.
Is there any indication that this shooting could have been linked to the war in Iran?
I don't think so, but you never know. We're going to know a lot. We have the best people in the world working on it, and we're going to know a lot. Please.
Mr. President, there's a lot. You, as well as some of us who have covered Butler, experienced another horrific day 2 years ago.
Yeah.
What felt similar? You had the First Lady with you today. What felt different? And you have another 2+ years in office. Are you concerned about something like this happening
Well, I
again?
can't be concerned. I can only get great people. They did the job, in my opinion, a much better job than Butler. Butler had one weak spot that we all know about. Somebody should have been up there. But even Butler, we had our sniper on our side within 4.2 seconds from a distance of about 400 yards, one shot, and he was gone. And if he didn't do it, now, he's David. His name was David. I say, hello, David, every time I see him. David, I like you very much, David. But think of that. Now, if he doesn't hit him, and he hit him right between the eyes from 400 yards without any notice, nobody knew. He heard a sound. He looked over, and there was actually a tree that was somewhat in his way. You know the story very well. And he aimed, he fired, and if he didn't do that, beyond me, you would have had a lot more people killed. We lost one great person and 2 people very badly hurt. They're okay now. But no, that was, so in a sense, it was pretty amazing the job they did. But they did have that one weak spot. As you know, they should have had that covered. Tonight they had everything covered very quickly. And he was fast. He was running full blast, and they got him before they got any further. I was very far away. He was he hadn't anywhere close to breach the doors of the ballroom. The ballroom was sealed, and everybody in there. That's why once those doors opened, they didn't want to do tonight. If the doors weren't opened, we could have probably done it tonight, but I think we're much better off rescheduling. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, for you and perhaps law enforcement as well, what is the level of confidence that this was a lone actor, and has the suspect made any statements to police while in custody?
Yeah, I think it's just it's not my profession. We have great professionals up here and outside that have been working with us. My impression is he was a lone wolf, whack job. These are crazy people. These are crazy people, and they have to be dealt with. We had that in the second attempt, as you know, and he's spending life in prison. Because if you let him out, they'll probably, if he serves 10 years or 15 years, you let him out, he'll probably try it again with somebody else. They're sick people. We have a lot of sick people. But you're going to know, I think very shortly, you're going to know, Todd, a lot about him. You're going to know a lot about him. Yeah, a couple of more. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Are you concerned about political violence? This could be politically motivated.
All violence. I'm concerned about everything. Look, but I can't be so concerned that you can't function. No, I'm here. It's a dangerous profession. I tell the story. Race car drivers, I think it's very dangerous. So if you take 1% and then take about 10% of 1%, just to break it down very easily, they die. So much less than 1%, 10% of 1%. I think bull riding is very dangerous. If you take about the same, 10% of 1%, much less than 1%. But if you take presidents, it's 5.8%. And about 8% are shot at. So nobody told me this was such a dangerous profession. If Marco would have told me, maybe I wouldn't have run. Maybe I would have said, I'll take a pass. No, it's a dangerous profession, but I don't view it that way. Look, I'm here to do a job. It's part of the job. It is a dangerous, I can't imagine that there's any profession that's more dangerous. But I love the country, and I'm very proud. I'm very proud of the job we've done. You see what's happened. We have a great country. We've got, I think, the most successful, the hottest country anywhere in the world. This happened over a period of just a year, and we're going to do great things. But with that come risks. There's no question about it. Yeah.
To that end, there's been so much political violence, not just aimed at yourself, but at other members of Congress, state house speakers, you name it. Is that just the cost of doing business to do politics in America anymore?
Yeah, well,
what does that say about our country?
Too. We're not the only country. You look at this great violence with all countries. I was talking to somebody from another country today, and they have numerous assassinations of political figures all over the world. You look at South America, it's like some of the numbers are just horrific. It's dangerous. It's dangerous stuff, whether it's here or someplace else. No country is immune. No country. Good question.
Will we turn that temperature down at this point?
Well, probably if I decided to just not do much, if I let everybody rip us off and take advantage of us. Look, we're leading the world in trade now. We're leading the world in the military. We're the greatest military in the world. I rebuilt it in my first term, and now we use it because we have no choice. We can't let, as an example, Iran, we can't let them get a nuclear weapon. Everything will be peanuts compared to that if they ever were given a nuclear weapon, and they'd use it too. Marco and I were talking about it today. They would use it without even hesitation. We can't do that. It was a shame. I said, oh boy, look at the numbers. We just broke 50,000 in the Dow. We just broke 7,000 in the S&P. They said we couldn't do it in 7 years, in 5 years, 4 years. They were saying maybe in 5 or 6 years. And we did it in 1 year. And I called everybody together. I called all of these people and others, and I said, we have to take a little journey. I say to do this. We just had the great number. We just broke 50,000. Wasn't supposed to happen during my term. Wasn't reachable. We did it in 1 year, and I said, we're going to have to make a journey to Iran. They're going to have a nuclear weapon if we don't do it. We had the B-2 bombers take them out. I terminated in the first term the Obama agreement, the Iran nuclear agreement, which was a disaster. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have used it. They would have used it 100%. So, when you do things like that, you become a target. If I wasn't doing that, I guess I'd be a lot less of a target. But I'm honored to be. Okay, one more question. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you, President Trump. Did you know how the gun was brought into the hotel? And also, how does this event impact you as the leader of our country? Do you think it will change your
I
leadership?
like not to think about it. I lead a pretty normal life, considering it's a dangerous life. I think I handle it as well as it can be handled. I think a lot of other people, you read stories where they become basket cases. To be honest with you, I'm not a basket case. I really take it as it is. I do it for the country. I'm not doing it for any other reason. I have a first lady who's doing a terrific job. She loves the country, and she recognizes it better than anybody. She's told me numerous times. She said, "You are in a dangerous job," but that goes along with her too. I mean, it's dangerous for her too. We sat there tonight. We heard that noise, and it was either a tray or a bullet. I was hoping it was a tray, but it wasn't. And again, we had some very brave people doing a great job, so we're very proud of them and happy with them. I just want to thank everybody. They will be able to give you all that information as to the names and everything else. I think we released the names already. Most of you would have it, but his name. We appreciate it. I see so many tuxedos and beautiful dresses. It was a little different evening than we thought, but we're going to do it again, and we have a great chairman who we're so proud of, and we have to make it better. We'll make it safer, I guess, right? But we're going to make it even better. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
President Trump, so we hear from the first lady who talked about how impactful this was. Can we hear from her about?
Well, honey, would you want to say something?
Okay.
Huh?
In the back.
One in the back,
Millions of people across the globe, in fact, are watching you. You demonstrated courageous leadership, and thank God you're alive. All of us are alive today. What is the message that you want to give to the world that this should change? What corrective measures can we take from here on?
Well, all you can do, look, I don't care how many people you have, how good they are. They can be the greatest people. You have the greatest security in history. If you have a whack job who's got a brain, but it's a little bit distorted or a lot distorted, they can make trouble. I would say, Pete, right? They can make trouble. Some of these people are of genius level IQ, and they're nuts. So it can be trouble. So you do absolutely the best. You get the best. We have the best people. Well, look, it was proven tonight. He started running from 50 yards, and he was fast. He was like a blur on tape. He was moving. It was very impressive the way they got him, because a lot of people would be looking and saying, it's like a weird feeling, and they would let him get through, but they didn't let him get through. They drew those guns so fast. They looked like Matt Dillon. They looked like somebody that knew what they were doing. And we really do, but it comes with the territory. And if you want to do a great job, I really believe that. And you take a look at what's happened to some of our greatest presidents, and it doesn't happen to people that don't do anything. And it's not going to deter me from winning the war in Iran. I don't know if that had anything to do with it. I really don't think so, based on what we know. But we're going to continue to do a great job. That's all I can do. Thank you very much.
President Trump speaking at the White House after he and other cabinet officials were forced to evacuate the White House Correspondents Dinner, a chaotic evening, as a lone gunman armed with several weapons, we're told, breached a security checkpoint in that hotel lobby. The suspect fired a shot from a long gun, injuring one Secret Service agent, and was apprehended. President Trump was then whisked off the stage and says he was not injured. We do know the suspect is a man in his 30s from California who was a guest at the hotel where the event was being held. Officials say the suspect will be facing several charges and will be arraigned in court on Monday, but they are still investigating the motive here. We will continue to bring you the very latest developments on this story here on NBC News Now, online at NBCnews.com, and later on Sunday Today and Meet the Press. I'm Jessica Layton in New York. Thanks for being here. Good night. Hi, I'm Jessica Layton in New York. It is the top of the hour, and we've been following breaking news of a shooting incident outside the White House Correspondents Dinner in Washington, D.C. The president was forced to evacuate, and he was not injured, along with the First Lady and members of his cabinet who were also attending. The president saying he heard a loud noise and thought it was the sound of a tray dropping and was quickly rushed off that stage. Here is what we know right now. Officials say a lone gunman armed with multiple weapons breached a security checkpoint in the lobby and was apprehended